Hey there, welcome to this particular course, and in this particular course we are going to discuss about configuration management in your Spring Boot applications in super depth. Yes, you heard that right. This is a very in-depth course wherein we are just going to discuss how you can manage configurations effectively, and I just won't discuss, I will actually be doing things and showing it to you. So I'll be making minimum use of slides or no slides at all. Okay, there will be minimum use of slides. I'll use it wherever only conceptual explanation is needed, but most of the things I will have hands-on and will make use of IDE, and we'll be taking a look at hands-on examples for the same. Now let us talk about what you will learn. Okay, so first talking about configuration management. Configuration management is really important if you're building microservices. If you're working with Spring Boot applications, your applications will have things like client secrets, database passwords, client IDs, all of this information like API key related information, and this all information is sensitive, right? You may not want to expose or hard code it into your source code. You may want to externalize it and store it in a very secure way, right? And this is where configuration management comes into play, wherein you as a developer should know how you can manage your configurations effectively. And that is where this course comes into play. So I noticed not a lot of courses, like I could not find a course that covered things in such details, and that is why I thought of coming up with this particular course, because it's important. Everybody just shows you how you can set up a config server, how you can set up a config client, and how you can connect. Cool. But what's beyond that? How can you manage it securely? You can't just hard code API keys, database passwords in your application YAML file or properties file, right? You cannot do that because you're committing your code, and on production grade or in production grade environment, this will be seen by everyone in the team, and tomorrow if anyone else has access to your code base, he will have access to these configurations as well. So it's best to externalize and also manage them. Managing is also important. So that is all we are going to cover. So we will learn about how you can externalize and manage the Spring Boot configuration efficiently. That is what I spoke about. We'll talk about concept of profiles. Well, this is something important when we talk about configurations. This is an amazing concept of Spring Boot profiles, and I'll show you how it works and how you can make use of it effectively. Environment variables, command line arguments, all these things we will be talking about. I'll talk about how you can dynamically switch between environment without code changes. So understand this: if you have a production grade application, something that has a lot of users and it is deployed, and let's say there are millions of users who are using it. Let's say it's Black Friday sale or something big going on, right? And it's a really popular application that you're working on, and now you want to change some sort of configuration or some sort of environmental changes you wish to do. How can you do that without making any changes to the code, right? Because also your source code will be running on different environments. Like for example, you might have a test environment, you might have a development environment, a QA environment, a production environment. How can you make sure that there is a dynamic switch without you making any sort of changes in the code? So all these things I'll show you how you can control from externally, right? And we'll also talk about how you can secure sensitive information. Like for example, you might have database passwords, you might have client secrets. So how can you add any sort of encryption techniques in your application and encrypt all this stuff, right? How you can store the configuration in a private Git repo, right? Public Git repo everybody shows you, but how can you have it on a private Git repo and control the access as to who is able to access that information? All that I'm going to show you. So even in private Git repo, you can have encryption techniques enabled so that there is one extra layer of security. So we'll talk about that as well. Okay, how you can set up and leverage the Spring Cloud Config Server, Spring Cloud Bus for smooth configuration management at scale. So we are going to make use of Spring Cloud Bus as well, using which we should be able to refresh or make any sort of configuration changes without redeploying our application. So let's say you have an application which is very, very popular, millions of users using it every day and are dependent on your application. Now, if you want to change a small thing, if you want to change, let's say your database URL changed. Okay, you moved your database server from Google Cloud to AWS, for example, and you want to make a change in your application wherein you want to change the database URL. Now, just to change that database URL, you will have to redeploy your application, right? How can you manage this, or how can you update the database URL and make sure that your application points to the new database without restarting your application? Without restarting is really important. I'll tell you why. Because when it comes to managing larger applications, enterprise grade, okay, even a second of downtime is a loss to business, because someone might be checking out, or someone might be doing a checkout, doing payments, and you might lose a customer there, right? It's a loss to business, and companies usually don't prefer, I should not say usually, companies don't prefer any sort of downtime. Okay, we are living in modern world, internet, everybody is an internet user, and downtime is not expected. So how can you leverage, what are the techniques that you can implement to have zero downtime for making configuration changes, of course, okay, and how you can implement real-time configuration updates. So this is the next point. So all of these things are covered, and not just covered, I show you how you can do it. I show you, okay. So that's what we'll talk about. And by the end of this course, what are the benefits? So you will have the ability to configure, you will have the ability to confidently set up Spring Boot configurations for any environment. You will be super confident, okay. You get that skill once, it's there with you forever. Trust me, okay. Use the Spring Cloud Config Server to manage your own app settings from a centralized source. You will know how you can set up config server and manage your configurations from a centralized source, okay. You will master best practices. So I'll show you best practices, okay. I'll show you all the techniques first of all, and then I'll show you what is the best. So that is how we are going to learn, okay. And trust me, these skills that you learn, this knowledge that you learn, these skills that you learn from this particular course are going to stay with you forever. No one can ever take it from you, right? If you're going for interviews, if you are working on real projects, you know, these things will make you smarter. Your skills will what make you smarter. So if you're going for interviews and if you know these things, you know, you will be smartest person in the room. So that is what I am attempting to deliver over here, okay. If you follow this course religiously, okay, you follow everything step by step, okay, you will know a lot about configuration management with Spring Boot, okay. And this is all what you should know about configuration management. Also guide you to documentation and how you can leverage the documentation for further learning. And if you're interested to explore configuration management, I give you tips on that as well, okay. So it's a very in-depth course, not a fluff course, and we just talk about one topic, configuration management, throughout this entire course, that too in super depth. So I hope you will enjoy this, and if you are finding these videos valuable, I have a request for you. There is a small fees, okay, for enrolling into this course. You have to like, subscribe, and you have to leave a comment below introducing yourself and telling me where you are from, who you are, and what are you doing in your career, and what sort of videos you want me to bring in next, okay. Because I go through all the comments. I may not reply to all of them, of course, but I go through and read all the comments, and all the videos are inspired by your comments. So whatever feedback, suggestions you give, I work on them and I bring them in the form of videos, okay. So if you like my work, there is a small fees, like, comment, subscribe. If you happen to share this video, I would encourage you to share this video and learn publicly. Learn publicly that, hey, I'm starting this particular course, and you know, this is what my plan is. Create a plan, post that plan in the comment. It might be helpful for others. And learning publicly will give you some sort of accountability. It will bring in accountability because you have shared it socially, like you have shared it with your friends. So now there is a social pressure at the back of your head, which will force you to study daily, right? So that's one way of doing things. And if you happen to share it publicly, which I would recommend you to do so, do tag me, because I'll comment and I'll follow the post, okay. So that's something you can do. And yes, like always, do hit the like and subscribe button if you find this valuable, because there is a considerable amount of investment that goes into creating these sort of free courses, okay. I hope you will find value, which of course you will, because that is how the course is designed. So without a further ado, let's jump right in. One small thing before we move forward, I want to give you an overview of my course, another course that exists. Okay. And if you're finding this content valuable, you will definitely love to check out this particular course. This is a Spring Boot microservices course wherein we build an e-commerce application using microservices architecture. Okay. And it's a 55-hour course currently as I'm recording this video, and I'll be adding more number of hours into this particular course for sure. So people who have enrolled into my courses or who take my courses regularly, they know that I keep adding content. Okay. Now, what is different in this course and why you should take this course? So first of all, I'll tell you, this course sells on Udemy. This course is hosted on Udemy. So if you click on the enroll button over here, you will be taken to udemy.com with the lowest price possible at that point in time. Okay. Now, I don't control the pricing over here. Udemy controls the pricing and Udemy sells this course. So there are two ways to get this course. One is you pay a certain amount and get a lifetime access. Another way, this course is part of Udemy for Business catalog. So you can see over here, it's part of Udemy for Business catalog. And if you have your company's Udemy for Udemy for Business account or subscription access with you, then you can enroll in this course for absolutely free. You don't have to pay anything. Okay. So that's the course over here. You can see over here right now, it's 56.5 hours as we are filming this video. If you scroll down, you'll see first we begin with the monolithic application. So here in the first part of the course, for around 5-6 hours, I cover how you can build an e-commerce application in the monolith architecture. And then what we do is we transition. So here you can see microservices section starts. We begin talking about different databases. We restructure our application. So this is where we start restructuring our application into microservices, and we convert a monolithic application to that of microservices. So I start splitting services, and this gives you a good understanding of today. If you have your company, if you're working somewhere, okay, and if you have a monolith application and you are not able to scale, so your boss might ask you like, hey, let's switch to microservices architecture, and you have the knowledge over here as to how you can transition from monolith to microservice. So that is important. Okay. I teach you different databases. So in microservices architecture, you get the liberty of making use of different databases. So MongoDB, MySQL, PostgreSQL. I show you everything hands-on way, step by step. Okay. We talk about configuration management. Now, there are a lot of things taught in this course, okay, that are not taught anywhere else. For example, this section on configuration management is just 5.5 hours. It's a course in itself. It's a separate course in itself. So I teach you a lot of stuff. You can see over here, different ways of managing configuration, how you can host your configuration on GitHub, how you can host your configuration in a private GitHub repository. All of that is taught over here. Okay, you can see everything. Okay, it's totally in depth, no fluff. I teach to the point, but still it's 5.5 hours. Okay, I could not reduce, but that's okay. We are learning production grade techniques, and you can implement a particular way of managing configuration depending on your project. So I teach you all of that. Then inter-service communication, it's totally in depth. You can see service discovery, totally in depth. We make use of different REST clients that are available. These are modern REST clients that exist. So I teach you all of that. Then I have observability section, which goes on for almost 4 hours. Okay. And I teach you how you can implement observability using Grafana. So we make use of Grafana, and I teach you how you can monitor logs, metrics, and tracing using Grafana. Okay. And we also cover Zipkin. So that's something we have. API gateway. So we talk about API gateway, how you can make use of Spring Cloud API gateway. Then we have, so we have fault tolerance as well. And there are a lot of sections coming in. And then we have another project over here, which is a job application. So here we have a Docker Kubernetes also covered. Okay. So this is a complete package with a future roadmap. So if you come over here on the website and you check this roadmap, this is a roadmap as to how I am going to update this particular course. So there's a lot coming. Front end is coming in. You have a deployment section. You have security deep dive. Now, security is not like I cover just one thing. I'll show you different scenarios in which security can be implemented. You'll be learning production grade techniques. That's the difference. Okay. So it's very in depth for serious learners, and it sells on Udemy. So I don't need to tell you the price point at which Udemy sells courses. Udemy sells courses which are very affordable. I could have hosted it on my own platform, but I believe in affordable education, and that's the reason why I have it hosted on Udemy. Okay, so just to give you a gist of the price in India that it sells at is below 500. So you will easily get it for below 500 INR. Okay, in India. That's really cheap, I feel, compared to the value that this course delivers. And outside India, you will get it below $15. So sometimes the price is $12, sometimes it's $13, $14, but below $15. Okay, and that's the value. Okay, and it's very highly rated. You can see. Now this is microservices. We are making use of microservices architecture to build an e-commerce application. I have one more course. Okay, which is this one. I have it open in the tab. This is again hosted. You can see this is the landing page, and it's hosted on Udemy. Okay. Now this course, what is difference? What is difference in this course and this course? So this course also we are building e-commerce application, but we are learning Spring Boot while building e-commerce application. This is on this other course that I just spoke about. This is microservices architecture. So I assume that you know a lot of Spring Boot. I touch upon Spring Boot, but I don't go into depth, because that's not the motto of the course. Okay, if you're learning microservices, you should be aware of Spring Boot. But yes, we do brush up some concepts. I teach you how APIs work and all. Little bit of brush up we do, but in this course, that is the other course, here we are building a production grade e-commerce application using Spring Boot monolithic architecture, along with a production grade technique used, and we are building React front end as well. Okay, so this is very much in depth if you are looking to learn Spring Boot and build a portfolio project for yourself. Like the e-commerce application we build is very much complex. We handle a lot of complexity. So you can see over here, like cart management, order management. There is payment integration using Stripe as well, validation, sorting, searching, all of this, deployments, and it's 85 hours long. Okay, so if you click on this and if you go over here, you'll see like it's the category bestseller right now. Okay, a lot of people have found value with this course. It's 4.6, 4.7 star rated, and almost 90 hours, 89.9 hours. So it's very much in depth. I would encourage you to check out this course. So if you don't know front end, it also teaches front end. You can see over here. So first we talk about a Spring Framework. It starts with Spring Framework. Then we talk about GPA and Spring Boot. Then we talk about advanced things like security, managing user profiles, custom authentication, how you can customize security. That's really important. Okay. How you can manage shopping carts, different databases, manage user addresses, orders and payments, all of this, Stripe integration. We do all of this. We deploy the application. When we deploy the backend, and then we switch about front end. We switch talking about front end. So I teach React first. I don't directly jump to front end. So we learn React, and I have tagged lessons like React Beginner, React Intermediate, React Advanced. So depending on your level, you can pick the sections, and then we start building the front end as well. And we make use of complex topics in React like Redux, So all of that is covered as to how you can manage front end and how you can, improve on it. Then you have some AI related applications. I have some few projects in the end as well, how you can deploy your application for free. So these are some useful sections that exist. Okay. And then the course has the job application. So this is the older version of the course, which students requested me to have. Okay. But the course is really comprehensive. It's totally in depth and totally worth it is what I would say. Okay. And yes, you can also take a look at the live application demo or check out the preview videos over here on the landing page itself. Okay. It should have the application demo. So this is something, so this is the difference between two courses that I just told you. One is using microservices architecture. One is using monoliths. But yes, we cover a lot of features of Spring Boot. So if you are learning Spring Boot, or even if you are an advanced level developer, you will still get value from this course. Okay. There are a lot of things that are covered which are not taught everywhere. Okay. And it's all based on my personal experience. So that's something that I'm sharing over here. And you can take a look at this, and you can find a lot more over here on embarks.com. Okay, so this is the course that I was talking about. This is the microservices course. I have Spring Security course. So there is a Java programming course as well, and there are tons of courses that exist. So you can just explore this website. Okay, I'll leave links to these courses that we spoke about. Okay, and you can basically go through everything in the description below. Okay, but I would like to tell you, like, these courses are not expensive. Okay, trust me, if you build something valuable in your portfolio, you get a job. Okay, you might, if you're a fresher, you might land your first job. If you're experienced developer, you might get a better job. So it's not like I'm experienced and I don't need to create my own portfolio of applications. I truly believe if you are a developer, you should have portfolio projects. You should have portfolio up there. And you should showcase that this is what I've built personally. Yes, this is my experience. I built this for the company. But apart from learning and working for the company, I have my own personal projects using Spring Boot. That adds a lot. That adds a lot, So this differentiates you from the other people who are interviewing for the same job. Okay, because you also have your personal projects. Yes, you're working for the company. You're also building your personal projects. So that is what distinguishes you from others. So that's something that I'll tell you. Keep building projects, and I would tell you, learn publicly. You should post on LinkedIn that, hey, I'm following this. I'm building this. I built this application. Deploy it. I cover how you can deploy for free, including front-end, back-end, and database. You can deploy your application for free. So that is valuable, and these courses like these help you do that, and the job you get pay you a lot more than you spent on these courses. So you are hardly spending anything, so $500 in India and $15 abroad, like outside India, is not a lot compared to the value it delivers. So that is something that I'm saying, and it's a fact. You can go check out the reviews of my courses as well. Okay, so enough of this. I think we should move on to next. I hope you have got the point over here. All right. Hey there. So now it's time that we begin talking about configuration management. So let us understand what configuration management is. So configuration management simply means managing and controlling the configuration of each microservice in the system. Okay. Now you would say, what does configuration actually means, right? So configuration means, or configuration refers to the parameters that control the behavior of your application or the service. And it may include parameters of the details such as database connections, external service URLs, caching settings, logging settings, and even more. Okay, that is what configuration is. So what is configuration? Configuration are settings. Configuration may refer to settings that you will have to configure in your application which control the behavior of your service, right? And what does behavior of service means? Things like database connections, external service URLs, caching settings, and so on. Okay. And managing this configuration is known as configuration management, right? So that is what we are going to talk about. Now, what are the different kinds of configurations that exist? So first is database configuration. Now, here I have an example of what database configuration would look like. Okay. So you can see over here, we have this database configuration for a MySQL database. So you can see there is a data source URL, username, password. There is a driver as well that you have referred over here. Now this is all in the application.properties format and not the YAML format. Okay, but you understand, right? These properties can be converted to YAML format as well. Okay, so I'll be showing only one type of syntax over here, which is the property format. But YAML format is also pretty simple, just that the syntax changes a little bit. Okay, syntax is not important over here. What is important is what sort of configurations exist. So one is database configuration. This is how database configuration will be. Then you will have Hibernate or JPA related settings, wherein you have this, DDL auto. Okay, what is this? This is the schema generation strategy. You have mentioned this to auto. You have show SQL true. So that means that display the SQL queries of whatever operations are happening in the console. Okay, so these two settings are there, and this is also a type of configuration wherein you are controlling the Hibernate or JPA related settings. Okay, then you will have server related configuration. Now server related configuration meaning the server port. Okay, here you are setting in the application context path. Now what does this mean? Okay, you are actually telling the Spring Boot application to run on this port 8080. That is what it means, right? So this is server related configuration. Then if your application is making use of some sort of communication, or if you are communicating with your users via email, then in that case you will also have to do email configuration. Okay, so you can configure emails this way. So this is a very dummy setting over here wherein you are setting in the SMTP server host here, Spring Mail host. Then you are updating the port, you're updating the username, you're updating the password, you're updating the SMTP. You're saying that SMTP auth is true. So you are saying you're enabling the SMTP related authentication. And then you are setting this property over here, which enables start TLS. So you're enabling it to true. Then you have logging related configuration wherein you are setting in the logging level. Okay, so you are saying the root logging level should be info, set to info level. Okay, then you have this logging level for my app being set to debug. So you are setting in the logging configuration for a particular package, com.example.myapp to debug. Okay, so any sort of logs that are being generated from that package will be set in the debug mode, or will be logged in the debug mode. So this is logging related configuration. Then you have application specific properties that will be that will exist, and you can set it this way. Okay, now these kind of configuration, like whatever configurations that you saw over here, okay, like Hibernate settings, database configurations, these configurations are normally present in the application.properties or application.yaml file. Okay, and how does Spring Boot manage this kind of configuration, and how is that resolved? So there is a process that works under the hood. I'll talk and give you a short overview of how the process works. So first thing, so let's talk about how does Spring Boot loads the configuration. The first thing over here is parsing and setting the environment, okay, or adding it to the environment. So when the application starts, it will look out for the YAML file or the application.properties file. Okay, if it's a YAML file, it will start parsing the YAML file. Okay, and if it's a property file, the property file is picked up and read over there. Okay, and they are added to the environment, which is essentially a set of or a map of key value pairs which is accessible by application. Okay, so the environment is first created. Okay, so how is environment created? After the parsing. So parsing meaning it looks for application.properties or application.yaml file, whichever format you are using, and it will set up a environment for the application. And then there is a sort of process that happens, which is relaxed binding, meaning that it automatically maps the properties in the YAML file to the Java object or the configuration classes. Okay, even if the naming conventions are slightly different. Okay, so it will map it, and then basically the application is executed and the things are taken into consideration. Okay, so these are the steps, very simple. Okay, but I just wanted to highlight these steps so that you know how things are working, because configurations are being stored separately in application.yaml file and application.properties file, right? So this is how Spring Boot manages them. Now the question is, why do we need to talk about configuration management over here? Okay, and the reason we need to talk about configuration management is because there are some challenges that exist in when you're building microservices, right? There are challenges that exist. So number one challenge is the environment management. Okay, so these challenges are not just specific to microservices, but they will also be applicable to monolithic apps to some extent. Okay, but I'm just giving you an overview over here. Environment management. Now, what does environment management mean? Environment management means like managing environment specific configurations. Okay, what I mean by this is, let's say you have an application running, and for building that application or for deploying that application, there will be different sort of environments. Like there will be a prod environment, production environment, there will be a development environment, there will be a test environment, right? There are different environments. So when developers are working on it, they will be developing it in the dev environment, right? There will be some sort of different set of databases, different set of configuration that will come into play. Then once the development is done, developers are satisfied, they'll move the application or they'll deploy it into the test environment.
Now testers will come into picture, the QA team will come into picture, they will do the testing, right? So there are some settings that will change in the test environment. And then when it's deployed to the production environment, the settings will change again, right? And because it has to change because it will point now to the production related things. For example, if there is a prod database server, when developing the application, developers won't be making use of the prod database server. They will be having a separate database server meant for development purpose, wherein the application in development mode has to point, right? Because if they are making any sort of GPA related changes, okay, and they need to clear the data, they cannot just clear the data of the prod environment. They need to have a separate database server. So that is why there are like different sort of settings for different sort of environments, you know, and managing these environment specific configurations is a challenge. Yes, there are solutions out there. The solutions are in the form of Spring Boot profiles, Spring profiles, they are called. Then there is something called as environment variables. Then there is something called as Spring Cloud config with environment specific repositories. So all these kind of solutions exist, okay? But I'm just talking about challenges right now, okay? These are also the possible solutions that can be implemented, okay? So this is number one challenge, environment management. Then the second challenge we have is security and sensitive data. Now, there is a problem, you know, there will be sensitive data that will come into play. For example, database passwords, right? There can be some sort of an external key that exists. For example, if you're implementing OAuth, there can be some client secret IDs and secret keys that you will have to add in the configuration files, right? So all these things are sensitive and they cannot be exposed to the outer world or even within the team members, right? So you can of course share it with the team members you trust, but you know, teams are generally big, spread. If you're working in a big company, they will be spread across continents, right? So sharing it with everyone is not feasible, right? You have to limit it and you have to handle it in a proper way. And for that also there are solutions, you know, how can you encrypt sensitive data in the properties file or the YAML file, how you can encrypt them, right? There are, when you move to production, there are solutions like HashiCorp Vault, AWS Secrets Manager, Kubernetes Secrets. So all these things come into play wherein you can manage your configuration, application configuration. Okay. So this is challenge number 2. And I've also given you a gist of the solution. Third is consistency and centralization. Now problem over here is, you know, configuration can change, right? And, you know, it can change. Like today you're pointing to this database. Tomorrow your database server might move to some other region and you will have to point over there, right? And the configuration is spread across multiple microservices. So today, if you take a look at microservices, if you're building microservices, if you have 10 microservices, every microservice will have 10 application.properties, right? Every microservice will have one application.properties and together there will be 10, right? So as a developer, you have to manage these 10 application.properties or application.yaml files of 10 microservices, right? Which is not good. There is no sort of centralization right now. So centralization needs to be there. You know, the configuration will keep on changing and there has to be consistency across the microservices, right? So there are solutions to these problems like, you know, you can have things like Spring Cloud config server setup, wherein you can set up a centralized config server and you can move all your configuration over there. That's one solution out there, right? You can even make use of Git for centralizing the configuration. So these solutions are there, but this is a challenge, okay? Then there is a challenge called dynamic updates and high availability. You know, you might want to do dynamic updates without restarting your application. So today, if you have a Spring Boot application, if you want to point it to a new database, you have to make changes in the application.properties or application.yaml file, and then you have to restart the application, right? So when you restart the application locally, it's fine because nobody's accessing and it's still in development mode. But in production, let's say your application has millions and millions of users accessing it, right? Now, if you make a small change in the configuration, you'll have to restart. Now, restarting the application is not good because there will be a downtime, right? So how will you manage that, right? So these things need to be taken into consideration, and there is a solution for this wherein you can make use of Spring Cloud config server with the refresh abilities, right? So all of these things can be taken into consideration, and this could be the solution that could be added. Then there is one more challenge, which is monitoring and versioning. So, configurations change over time, and there has to be a proper versioning solution for this, wherein you should be able to roll back to the previous version, right? So for this, you can make use of Git versioning with Spring Cloud config. There is a concept of Kubernetes config maps, so all these things can be taken into consideration. So these are some of the challenges that exist when we talk about the challenges of configuration management in microservices or Spring Boot applications. So I hope it's clear to you all, and I hope this has given you a gist of what we are learning here. All right. So I hope this has been useful. So now is the time that we talk about externalized configuration with Spring Boot. Now, let us first talk about the problem over here. Okay, so let us say we don't have externalized configuration in Spring Boot. What problem would we face? Okay, so let us go by that approach, and you can see on my screen over here, I already have a scenario. Okay, so let's say I have this class called product service, and I'm hard coding some sort of configuration over here, wherein I'm hard coding things like database URL over here. Okay, so this DB URL is a configuration. It's a setting that I'm adding over here related to the database, and I have straight away hard coded it in my service class. Okay, so this question you might have that, hey, why are we like externalizing configuration, right? Or why that is important? Why even talk about it? What problem do we have if we hardcode the configuration in the service or the Java files, right? So it's a valid question. And over here, you can see over here, it's a bad practice. But why is it a bad practice? So you can see some pointers here at the bottom. Okay. Now, right now, I have hard-coded this database URL. I would start my application. It would connect properly, and the application would run fine. Okay. But tomorrow, if something changes with respect to my database server moves, or I switch over to a separate database name, or I switch over to a separate database itself, rather than MySQL, I switch over to PostgreSQL, or there is change in protocol or something like that. This URL changes. What will you have to do? You'll have to recompile the entire application just for this small change, right? And also, so recompiling in production is a costly affair, provided you have an application already live there, being accessed by many users. Enterprises cannot afford a downtime. They want high availability, because application downtime means loss of revenue, right? So it's important that we talk about externalization because of this one small thing. There is a second thing as well. Okay, actually this is not a small thing. Need to recompile for changes because database server might keep on moving, right? So you're not going to recompile your entire application, and if you're having a complex microservice architecture in the production, then recompiling everything and deploying everything will take a good amount of time, and it's not an easy process, and there will be a considerable amount of downtime. So this is clear. Need for recompiling, okay, because of any sort of changes, right? Different values needed for different environments. Now, with this, how will you manage different environment specific settings? For example, this is localhost. Tomorrow, you might deploy this to test environment. How would you change the database? Because testers might not have the local database on their system, right? So how can you ensure that the test server is actually making use of the right database, okay? Or you're making use of the test server's database. So you have to again recompile in that case, right? Because you have to change this. And what if you move this application tomorrow to production? So again, like there has to be different value. So this value has to keep on changing. And you as a developer have to edit it for different environments, which is not good, right? Now, the third point is security risk with sensitive data. So you're hard coding over here the database URL, right? Now, not every organization might want to expose the database URL. Also, you might have to hard code database username and password also, since you're hard coding database URL. So that poses a security risk. Anyone can, decompile the application, and it's not a good practice having sensitive information hard coded in source code this way. So there is a security risk with sensitive data. And there is this approach is also hard to maintain across multiple services, So that is why there is this concept of Spring Boot externalized configuration. So what does externalized configuration offers us? It allows you to keep the configuration settings of your application separate from the code base. Okay. And why you should have it separate from the code base? Because it makes your application much more flexible, easier to manage, safer to deploy across different environments. Okay. And these are the things. Okay. So I hope you are clear as to what things are. Okay. So we spoke about the recompiling changes, separation of concerns. You're clear as to how you can. So if we go back over here, okay, when I say separation of concerns, meaning I'm referring to the second point over here. So if you keep configuration settings out of the code base, it is easier to have different values for different environments in different files, right? And without changing the code base, you can actually make sure that the deployment in different environment works fine. Okay. Security risk is also managed because you have the configuration externalized, right? It's not a part of code base. So all of these things are taken care of, okay, when we talk about externalizing configuration. Okay. Now let us talk about different ways of externalizing configuration. Yes, you're convinced as to we should externalize, since you're saying, but how do we externalize? That's the question. So number one thing is using application.properties or application.yaml. These file names you must have heard of course, So if you're a Spring Boot developer, you must have heard of these files, right? And yes, when you add settings like database configurations, email related configuration, port, like server port, you're setting different things in these files, right? With respect to the application's behavior. Right? So when you are making use of any of these files, you are actually externalizing the configuration. Okay, because application.properties and application.yaml files are there and they are just taking care of configuration, and you're storing just the configuration in these files and you're not hard coding it in Java files, right? So these files are the common method for externalizing configuration, and these files are typically used for default configuration, right? You can also create profile specific configuration like application-dev, application-prod. You can do that. Okay. But we'll talk about it, but that is something that you can do. Environment variables. Now, what is this another way of externalizing configuration? So one way is to externalize is by making use of environment variables, and environment variables are variables that are set outside the application that the application itself can read at the runtime. Okay, so whenever you are running the application, the application can itself read the values, and these values can change depending on what you have set. Okay, so with this, you have externalized the configuration in a way. Command line arguments is one way wherein you can pass configuration via command line arguments when starting the application. Okay, that is something that you can do. You can even set configuration files in external locations. So you might want to keep your configurations in an external file that is not bundled with the application itself. So you can point Spring Boot to use an external configuration using a property, which is Spring config location, and you can get the file. Okay, that is something that you can do. There is a way of cloud configuration as well, wherein you are setting up a Spring Cloud config server. And in distributed environments, this is much more common, wherein you have multiple microservices running. You will have a centralized config server, okay, Spring Cloud config server, which will have the configuration of all the applications, okay. And this config server can be configured to store the configuration and fetch it from Git repositories, file systems, or even databases. So all that is possible. All right. So yeah, these are the different ways that I wanted to highlight when we are talking about externalizing configuration. I hope you're clear as to why you need to externalize and how you can externalize. So now is the time that we talk about configuration formats and what are the different configuration formats and what is the difference between them. Okay. Now, when we talk about configuration formats with respect to Spring Boot applications, there are major two formats, okay, which is .properties file and then you have .yaml file. And this is what they look like. So here, number one, I have this example of application.properties, okay, which is a properties file, which is commonly used. Okay, and a lot of developers also prefer the .yaml file. So you can see the difference between the properties file and the YAML file like in comparison on the same screen. So here you can see you have server.port equal to 8081. But here the same configuration is written as server:/port:/8081. So the syntax is slightly different, okay, but the meaning is same. You can see Here in application.properties, there is no need of indentation. You are just making use of full stops over here, the periods dot. And here you are saying you are assigning the value using equal to. But here you have to take care of the indentation. You can see. So you can see over here, this is the first level, server and Spring. And then you have the second level wherein port, application and data source come in. And then you have third level wherein name and URL will come in. Here in properties file, there is no concern or there is no concept of indentation. You can see over here. Like it's just written line by line over here. And if you're writing line by line, everything is good over here. Okay. But these are the two main formats, which is the dot properties formats. And then you have the YAML formats. Okay. Now let us talk about the application.properties format. So like we just spoke about application.properties. You can see over here, this is the same example. Okay. And I also have added the comments over here. And if you take a look over here at the dot properties format, they are simple key value pairs. Okay. So each property is defined as key. So this is the key part, spring.application.name. This is the key part. And then after equal to, you have the value, which is product service. Okay. There is no hierarchy. So properties are flat and can't represent nested structures. Okay. But Spring Boot allows property names with dot to mimic hierarchy. For example, if you want to have a property under Spring, so you can say Spring dot, like you are having Spring dot, you can see on two lines. So here you are mimicking the hierarchy, but actually hierarchy is not supported, but you can mimic it. It allows you to do that, right? Because it allows you to make use of dot over here, right? Less readable for complex configuration. This is what the third point says. So if you have nested configurations or structures, it can become harder to read and maintain. That's the only thing. So when you move to complex structures, it can be tough to maintain a little bit, right? It can become a little bit complex. Whereas when you talk about YAML format, so this is application.yaml file, okay, where I've also added the comments. Okay, if you take a look at the YAML format, YAML looks like much more structured, human readable format than the properties file. But there is a concept of indentation, as you can see over here, right? Things have to be indented, all right? And basically indentation is used to represent hierarchical data, making it more suitable for complex configuration. Okay, so some points I have about this YAML structure is it has hierarchical structure, it is more readable, and it requires consistent indentation. If you miss indentation, you'll get errors. So you have to be really careful with that. And there is a possibility of you getting errors if you're not paying attention to the indentation. Okay. Also keep in mind, there is no equal to sign. You're just making use of colons over here, right? That is how things work in YAML format. Now, if I have to differentiate these two formats head to head, I have this table over here wherein based on a parameter or criteria, I'm comparing these two. So format type, YAML uses structured and makes use of indentation, but with properties, there are flat key value pairs. Readability, when we talk about readability, YAML is much more readable, especially for nested or hierarchical data. But properties file is simpler, but can become difficult, like I said, for complex configuration. Hierarchy. Now, when we talk about hierarchy, the YAML file nesting with indentation is easier to represent nested objects. But in properties, there is no natural support for hierarchy, but you can simulate it, like I said, with dot notation. Complexity handling. YAML is well suited for complex nested configurations, but properties file is best for simple configuration and it's less ideal for deeply nested data. Okay, but still people use it, and if you're comfortable, you can feel free to make use of application.properties as well. File size. So YAML configuration has slightly larger file size due to indentation and structure, but properties file is generally more compact. The difference is not that huge, though. I'll mention that as well. Okay. Ease of writing. Now, YAML file requires careful indentation and white space, so you have to be really attentive. But properties file is simpler to write, but can become difficult to manage for complex configs. Okay. Configuration duplication. So you can avoid duplication with YAML file because it has a structured format. Now in properties file, duplication can occur when keys are repeated across different levels. Okay. Then common use case of YAML is large projects with multiple services or hierarchical data. But for properties, you can make use of this for simple configuration or smaller projects. And like I said, YAML file can be error prone if you don't pay attention to the indentation, and properties file is less error prone in that way. Okay, and YAML file has better flexibility, but properties file is not that flexible. So talking about the Spring Boot support for both are fully supported in Spring Boot, and here is a file extension for both. So YAML has this .yaml or .yaml format, and properties file has .properties format. Okay, so I hope it's clear as to what are the two main types of configuration format that exist in Spring Boot, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So now is the time that we start setting up a application on our local machine. So here I'm on my favorite website, start.spring.io, and I'll be making use of IntelliJ IDEA Community Edition. Okay, but if you have IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate, you can create a Spring Boot project right from within IntelliJ itself. Okay, so here I'll be making use of Spring Initializer for the benefit of students or people who don't know or who don't have the ultimate version. Okay, so I'll come over here, I'll select Maven, I'll select the latest non-snapshot version of Spring Boot. Here under group, I'm going to make use of com.config, and it will be config, it will be demo over here, or yeah, demo. I can stick to demo over here, and I can in fact, let me call this config demo. Okay, and the name can be config-demo. Okay, so I'm just giving or just trying to give it a better name over here. Okay, so that it's easier to follow basically and identify it. Okay, so I'll stick to config demo over here, and I'll add a hyphen here. Okay, and and here instead of config, because config will get repeated twice, I'll just rename this to info. Okay, so this is fair enough. Okay, you can choose the settings for your project. I'll select the Java version 23, and I'll head over to add a few dependencies. Now the dependency I'll add, I'll keep it really simple. I'll add web, okay, because we will be building a web project, and I'll add a Lombok over here. Okay, Lombok related settings, because it helps us reduce boilerplate code. Now you can go ahead and explore the dependencies if you wish to, and see the project structure if you wish to. Otherwise, you can just hit generate and get the zip file onto your local machine. Now what I would do is I would just get it downloaded and saved onto my working directory. Now working directory is the directory where I am I'll be working, right? So this is where I'll be working, and I'll just extract it over here. So I have the unzipped version, and I'll just get rid of this zip version. Okay, so now I just have this normal or unzipped version of the project. Now let us head over to IntelliJ and let us import this project into IntelliJ. So here on IntelliJ, I have this welcome screen. I'll say open over here, and I'll quickly navigate to the folder where I had unzipped this particular project. So this is config demo, which I've unzipped, and I'll select the pom.xml file over here. Now I'll say okay. It will ask me whether I want to open this as a project or a file. So of course I want to open this as a project. I want to open the entire project. So I'll just select this option over here. You can see over here, it is reading and resolving the dependencies from the configuration files over here. It is getting all the dependencies. Okay. And all the dependencies have been downloaded, okay, because we saw that sort of processing happening over there, right? And we have the project structure set up over here on the left hand side, as you can see over here. So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this has been useful. So now it's time we begin talking about the Spring Boot profiles and understand what it is. Now, Spring Boot profiles allow you to define multiple configuration for different environment. Okay, now what I mean by this, so you might have development environment, you might have production environment, you might even have testing environment. Now they might have different sorts of configuration and settings that might be needed, right? And these profiles basically, so you can create profiles out of these environments, and these profiles are particularly useful in handling environments specific settings such as database configurations, logging levels, and other application specific properties. So to give you an example, in development environment, you might want to have a different logging level. Like you might want to print detailed logs because you are developing the application. But in production environment, you don't want or don't need to have detailed logging, right? So this is an example of how settings differ between different environments. Now, profile enable Spring Boot application to be more flexible, adaptable, depending on whether they are running in development, testing, or production environment. So depending on the environment, these settings vary. And this means you can maintain separate configurations for each environment without manually changing configuration files when switching environments, right? So ideally, if you have to move to a different environment, what you would do is you would make some changes in the application.properties or application.yaml. For example, if you want the production application or the application that is deployed in production to point to a prod database, you would go to application.yaml and you would normally update the database string or the database URL, right? But with Spring profiles or Spring Boot profiles, what you can do is you can define different files having settings for those environments. And when you actually move to that environment, you can activate that specific profile. Okay, so that is something that that is possible with Spring Boot profiles. Now, why use profiles? So number one reason is you get access, or you get the ability basically to have environment specific configurations, right? And like I've mentioned, different environment often require different configurations like database URLs, credentials, and logging levels, and so on. Ease of switching. So profiles allow you to easily switch between configuration using simple methods such as command line arguments or even environment variables. Better code organization. So profiles enable you to have different configuration properties in different files over here, okay, for different environment, making it easier to manage and understand. Okay, so yeah, these are this is about like profiles. Now, when we talk about the profile, okay, let me give you an example over here. So this is an example of an application wherein you have different kinds of configurations defined. Okay, so this is a microservice that is running, and then within this microservice you will have three types of configuration, as you can see over here. One is the default configuration, then you have the configuration for dev, you have the configuration for prod, you can have one more for test as well. Okay, it's totally up to you how many configurations you wish to have. Now, rather than having a single file and making changes in those files, what you can do is you can have different settings in different files, and on the runtime you can update these settings, and as per your update the settings would change on the runtime. That is something that you can do with the help of profiles. Now, what is the benefit that this kind of a setup enables us to do? So number one is database configuration. So databases can be different in production, testing, and development environment. So it's easy for us to manage and switch over to different databases depending on where the application is deployed, right? And developers can avoid mixing credentials and settings for development and production environment, preventing costly errors like connecting to the wrong database or leaking sensitive data. Okay, this is one thing. Security. Now, in production environment, security is critical, especially in an application where you are dealing with sensitive customer data. You don't want sensitive data to appear in logs or development settings, right? So with the help of Spring Boot profiles, you can limit logging in production environment so that you don't log sensitive data like passwords. But you can have this logging enabled in the development environment for debugging and development purpose. So it enables you to have better security. Otherwise what would happen is if there is a single file, developers might make a mistake of having the logging enabled in the production environment, and by mistake if someone pushes the code to prod, then it can be a costly error. But with separate Spring Boot profiles, this mistake is controlled, right? Performance and scaling. Now, your application must be optimized for tasks such as production-ready database, caching, and any other resource intensive tasks that might be there, right? So, with the help of separate profiles, you can have settings that optimize application for scalability and performance in production. Okay, so for example, you can have caching enabled in production but disabled in your local environment. Okay, so all of this can be managed. You can have things like external API configurations, like API keys and all segregated in different Spring Boot profiles, Okay, you can have feature toggles and configuration flags. For example, you might use application.properties or application.yaml file to have feature flags, right? So all of this can be managed in a better way with the help of profiles. And also this allows you to do easy switching between environment, making your life of a developer very, very easy. Okay, so yeah, these are the benefits of having Spring Boot profiles in your application. So now it's time that we begin setting up Spring Boot profiles in our application. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here to our application, and here we are going to play around with this application.properties file. So actually you can continue using the application.properties format, but I would prefer, or I would be renaming this to application.yaml file. Okay, here over here. So I'll just rename this to YAML. You can continue using application.properties. There's no problem whatsoever. Okay, but I'll just update this. So I'll say Spring application, and I'll say name over here to that of config demo, something like this. Okay, and I'll just get rid of this top level thing which is valid for properties file. Okay, so this is done. Okay, I have this config demo set up. Now in order to set up different files for different environments, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one more file. So I'm going to copy this application.yaml over here, and I'm going to paste it at the same location, and it is asking me with which name you want to create a duplicate file. So I'll just say -dev over here. So this is the profile for dev environment. Okay, so it has the application name over here. So I'll get rid of this, and here I'll add build information. Now this is the application build related information that I want to have in profile specific format. Okay, so I'm going to say build ID, and I'm going to say 101. For example, I'm adding some dummy values over here. Okay, and version of this application is 1.2.3, let's say. Okay, ID is 101. Name of this build is, since this is a development environment, so I'm going to say dev production build over here, something like this. Okay, now here I'm going to say type, and I'll say development build over here. Okay, this is done. So this is application.dev, and now I'm going to duplicate this again, copy paste at the same location, and I'm going to see this prod. I'm going to rename this to prod. Okay, now I have the same file duplicated, and here I'll say 101 1.2.3, and instead of dev production build, I'll rename this to production, and this will be production over here. Okay, production build. Okay, this is done. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an endpoint over here. Okay, I'll create a new controller. I'll say new Java class. I'm going to call this as a build info controller, something like this. Okay, and then here I'm going to add private string build ID. So whatever fields we have added in the YAML file, I'm going to add them over here. So I'll say build ID, I'll say build version. Okay, build version over here, and I'm going to say build name. Okay, private string build name, something like this. Okay, and here I'll say public string get build info. Okay, get build info over here, and this is the method that will be mapped to an endpoint over here. So I'm going to add an mapping over here. I'll say get mapping, and I'll say the mapping endpoint is build -info, something like this. Okay, and here I'll add rest controller, something like this. Okay, and here I'll say return, and I'll return the build ID, something like this. Build ID is build ID, and then I'll say build version. Okay, so I'll say version over here, and here build version, something like this, and then over here I'll say name over here. So what is the name of the build? So I'll say name. Okay, build name, something like this. So I'm making sure that I've used all the variables at the top. Okay, now it's time that we initialize these variables. Okay, so how would you initialize these variables? Now build ID is defined in YAML files over here. ID. You have version, name, and type also. Okay, version. Okay, I'm not taking in type. I'm taking the version and the build name. Okay, type is not needed, so that's okay. But what I will do is I will say @value over here. So I'm making use of this annotation over here, which is the value annotation. Okay, what does this annotation do? It is doing the job of injecting the properties from here into the variables over here. Okay, and how will it do? So it will, I'll say two inverted commas dollar, and I'll say build ID. So something like this. I'll say build build.id, something like this. Okay, this is a syntax that we are going to follow. So here this is done, and then I'll come over here, and this will be version over here. Okay, and then this will be name over here. Okay, name, something like this. Okay, so this is done over here, and we have successfully created the profiles. Okay, and this is ready for execution. All right, so I hope you have been able to follow the setup so far, and you have understood what we have done so far. So now it's time that we talk about how you can switch between different environments. So we have different environments like the dev, the prod, and the one, this is the default configuration. Okay, so this is not a profile specific, but this is the default one. Now, what I would do is I would add a property over here. Okay, so the property is Spring profiles, okay, active, and I'll specify which profile I want to be active. So either I can specify dev, which means like the application.dev will be active. Okay, I can specify prod, which means the prod config will be active. So application-prod. All right. But I cannot add Spring over here because Spring is already added. Okay. And it's a YAML configuration. So I'll just get rid of this. And this is how I'll specify. So right now prod is active. Now what I will do is I will start the application over here. Let me start and let us see how this works. So the application is up and running. Let me scroll up at the top over here. Okay. Now here in the logs, you will see the following one profile is active. You can see this log and the active profile is prod. Why is it printing this? Because we have activated prod over here. Okay. Now if I comment this, let me comment this. So if I run this now, let me run. Okay. So it is throwing error. Okay. I'll tell you why it's throwing error also. I know the error as well. Let me scroll up at the top first. I want to show you this log. So you can see over here, no active profile set, falling back to one default profile, which is default. Which one is the default profile over here? Default one is application.yaml. Okay. Now application.yaml does not have these configurations defined. Which configurations? Like build ID, build version, build name. Okay. These are in dev and prod, right? And that is why in buildinfo.controller, when we are trying to inject these properties, we are getting an error. So if you scroll down over here, it will say error creating bean with the name buildinfo controller and injection of auto-add dependencies failed. Okay. Which dependencies it is talking about? It's talking about these over here. So why? Because this default profile is active. Okay. So that's the thing. Now what I can do is I can copy this. I can come over here and I can simply paste this thing over here. Okay. And I can simply add 00 like 1 to 2. Okay. And I can say 2 to 2 over here. And I can say default build over here. Okay. Default build, something like this, something like this. Okay. Now if I run this, you won't get an error because those injections, like the things that you are injecting over here, won't fail. So you can see over here, if you scroll up, okay, you are getting no active profile set, falling back to one default profile, and it has these things defined, and that is why the app is not crashing. Now let us head over to browser and let us see the output of this. Now here in browser, what I will do is I'll say localhost : okay, I had 8080 over here /build -info over here. Okay. So you can see over here, this is what is being printed: build ID 122, version 222, and name is default build. Okay. This is what is being printed. Now I'll come back to application, and here in application YAML, I'll activate this profile, which is prod. Okay. Now let me rerun this application. Let us rerun. Let us see what happens. So here now application has started. If you scroll up, you will see the following one profile is active, which is prod. If you come over here, you are getting default build. If you refresh, you will see production build, right? Now, if you update this application.yaml to that of dev over here, so the one with dev prefix will be loaded. So let me show that to you. If I refresh this, okay. And now if you scroll up, you'll see the following one profile is active, which is dev. If you come over here, if you refresh, you should see dev production build, right? So this is how, switching between different and multiple profiles work when it comes to, Spring Boot profile. So this is one amazing way, and you can imagine like this here, things are really segregated. So you can have some so if you're working in development environment, you can have the configuration settings related to development environment over here. If you're working in production, you can have caching and production level logging settings over here, the database level setting over here. Okay. And depending on which profile or which place you are in, if you're on dev server, you can have that particular profile activated. If you're on, prod server, you can have that particular profile activated. And depending on how things are going for you, you can keep switching things. So that's the benefit of Spring Boot profiles. I hope this is clear to you, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So now is the time that we begin understanding what is this value annotation and how it works. Okay. So value annotation in Spring Boot is simply used to inject values into the variable from external sources such as application.properties or application.yaml. So basically the properties file that you have, or environment variables. It is also used to inject values from the environment variables. You can also use it to inject values from the command line arguments that are passed. And you can even use it to inject the value from system properties as well. Okay. So this is the purpose of the value annotation in Spring Boot, and it helps make your code or your application configurable and flexible without hard coding values in your Java code. All right. Now here you are seeing that we have basically added this value annotation, and it is picking up the value from these YAML files. Okay. Now what we can do is here, okay, I can also specify the default value over here. So if I want to add a default value, for example, here I'll say default, something like this. Okay. And let me take this. Okay. Default, I'll add default everywhere. Okay. And what I will do is here I'll comment this. Okay. And here I will comment this again. Okay. So I've commented both. So there is no default value for these things, like these things that we are referring to. Okay. And let me do Control Z over here. I'll just get rid of the default over here. Okay. So I don't have default now, and I have commented the profiles part. So there is no profile active. So if there is no profile active, what will happen? Spring Boot will switch by default to the default profile. Default profile is application.yaml, and application.yaml does not have these things, right? Now, if I run this, the application will crash because it is not able to find build.id, build.version and build.name. You can see it crashed. And of course, it will give that error. It will say that he could not resolve the placeholder build.id. You can see. Okay. So now what I can do is I'll add the default part over here. So you can add default something like this. Okay. And let us try running this. Let us see what happens. Okay. So you can see now the application has started. So you can specify default value this way. So if this particular thing, like the property that you are referring to using value, is not found, then this default value is assigned. And if you come over here, if you refresh this, you will see everything is default over here. Okay, because we have assigned default over there after the colon. Okay, so this is the benefit of making use of value annotation over here, and it is used basically to pick up values from different sources that I mentioned. Okay. Now let me show you something over here. Okay, so what I will do is I will try to pick a environment variable over here. Okay, so I'll open PowerShell. So I'm on Windows, right? So PowerShell is easily accessible for me, but it can be any terminal for you. But the command that we run on PowerShell differ a little bit. Okay, so for example, if I'm trying to pick an environment variable named OS, So for example, OS is one of the environment variables set on my system. So I can print it this way. You can see the OS coming in is Windows NT. I can even print in user profile. Let me see if this is set over here. User profile. You can see this is a user profile. I can set in Java underscore home. Okay, so I can say Java underscore home, something like this. Oops, it will be home. You can see these all things are there and set on my system. These are the environment variables. So what I can do is I'll come in source code over here, and here I'll update this build ID. Instead of this build ID, I'll say OS. Okay, here I will say user profile, something like this. Okay, and here I will say Java home. Okay, so I'll say Java underscore home, something like this. Let me run this application. Let me run. Let us see. Okay, the application boots up successfully without any issues. And here I'll refresh. Now you can see Windows NT. So this is the variable, environment variable set. This is a value set on the environment variable. You can see C users Faisal over here. This is the version. Okay, Windows NT, I'm actually not on Windows NT. I'm on Windows 11, but I don't know why the environment variable is set to Windows NT. This is by default. And the name over here, which is Java home. So we initialize this with the Java home over here. Okay, so this is set to basically, this is the path of the Java home. Okay. Now, did we set this or did we set this anywhere in our application? No. So we are picking it from the OS. All right. And you can even see this these values using the graphical user interface. So what you need to do is you need to come over here and in search, I'll search for system. So here you can see system environment variables, edit system environment variables. So I'll go over here. Okay. And here you can see system properties, and here you can click on environment variables, and here you will see all the environment variables set for my system. So you can see Java home. This is what we see printing behind on the browser. You can see over here where is OS. So you can see OS Windows NT. I don't know why it's Windows NTs. I am on Windows 11, but this is something present by default. I'm not going to touch it. Okay. There will be something called as profile also over here. Okay. So I don't know why it's not coming in over here. Profile. So user profile is what it was, right? So user profile. I don't see it over here. Okay. Username. You can see everything, but all the variables, the environment variables will come in over here. You can update it to whatever you want. Okay. So I can say processor level. You see over here, processor level. So I can come over here. Okay. And instead of user profile, I can say processor level, something like this. Let me restart. If you come over here, if you do a refresh, you will see processor level is 6, and you can see 6 over here, processor level, right? So yeah, we are picking the data from the environment variable, and value annotation is very helpful this way. Okay, so depending on your requirements, you can play around with this, right? So I hope this has been useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along so far. Let us talk about how Spring Boot resolves configuration. So I'll show you the precedence order in which the configuration is resolved from the highest priority to the lowest priority. So the highest priority is given to the command line argument. So whatever you are passing in through the command line arguments when running the application, that is given the highest level of priority. And then you have Java system property. So this is how you pass in Java system property, and this is given the next level of priority. Then you have OS environment variables. Okay, so that is given the next level of priority. Then you have application properties or application.yaml. So whatever you have defined in application.properties or YAML files, that is given the next level of priority. And then you have the default values, not the default value, then you have the config server. So if you have Spring Cloud config server set up, that will be given the next level of priority. And then you have the default values inside the application code. Okay, so this is the precedence order in which the configuration is resolved in the application whenever you are working with it. Now, if there are two properties with the same values or the same name over here, so build ID, there are two properties with the same name in an application, and they are defined in the application.yaml file or application.properties file, and then you are also passing in through Java system properties and command line arguments as well. So the command line arguments will be given the highest precedence.
That is how it works. Okay. So I hope this has been useful. So now is the time that we talk about setting environment variables. So I'm going to show you a demo wherein you can set the values of the properties using environment variables. Okay, so here we have certain properties defined in application dev and application prod. We have it in application YAML also, but it's commented, and we have this which is commented. Okay, this is for setting the active profile. Now what I will do is here I'm making use of certain system level environment variables. So I'll update this to build.id. I'll update this to build.version over here. And I'll update this to build.name. Build.name over here. Okay, something like this. And what I will do is I'll just uncomment this. And let me run this and see if this is working fine without any issues. Alright, then we'll take the step forward. So application running, I'll refresh. You can see it's all default values that are coming because the default profile is activated. So if you go over here, scroll up, you can see no active profile set, falling back to the default profile. Okay. Now here we are getting the values of these from here. Okay. We are getting the value from the application.yaml. Let's say I comment this and there is also no active profile set, right? So if I run this, you'll see okay, I'm getting the value over here. Why am I getting the value? So I'm getting the default value that is set. Okay, you can see everything will be default. Why is it default? Because here, when injecting the value using value annotation, I'm setting the default as well here. Okay, so it's not crashing, but it's not picking the value from the YAML files. Okay, now let me show you how you can set the values using environment variables, and you can do it using terminal. So I'll stop this for now. I'll stop the application. And if you come to the notepad here, so I have different ways in which the environment variables can be set. Okay, so you can see over here, this is the command for Mac OS Linux. This is the command for Windows and Windows command prompt. And this is the command for PowerShell. Okay, so what I would do is I would make use of this Windows command prompt. I'll come over here. Okay, and here I'll switch over to terminal. And you can see here, I'm in PowerShell. I don't want to use PowerShell. So I'll just click on this arrow and I'll say I need command prompt. You can even have, an option to select git bash here. You can see git bash. So now here I'll say CLS, which will clear the screen. Okay. I will copy these. Okay. This is build_id, build_version and build_name. Okay. So I'm not setting it as, so see one thing, this is build.id over here. If you see over here, this is build.id, but the variable that I'm setting is build_id. So what happens is when you set environment variables this way, it is resolved as build.id by Spring Boot. Okay, so I'm going to copy this much. I'll come over here. I'll paste it over here. Okay, and I'll say enter. Okay, so all these three things are set. Okay, now what I will do is I'll run the application from the command line. Okay, and for that I'll need a jar file. Okay, so I'll need a jar file. So what I will do is I will say over here, if you do ls, you will see, okay, ls is not recognized because we are on command prompt, but here in config demo, we are in the root of the project. You can see over here, the path, and here you will see this Maven wrapper, MVN. So I'm going to make use of this MVN. I'm going to say MVN and I'm going to say clean package, something like this. Okay, so it says MVN is not recognized. So this command did not work, but if you are on command prompt, you'll have to make use of this command, mvnw.cmd. Oops, so I accidentally pressed enter. mvnw.cmd clean package. So what this will do is this will create a jar file for you. Okay, you can see over here, it is doing the entire process and you can see build success. And here in the end, you will see this jar file. This is a jar file that is saved in the target folder. So here you will see this jar file. Okay, so jar file is created. What was the command? The command, I'll reiterate, if you are on command prompt, it will be mvnw.cmd clean package. Now, if by chance you are on Mac or Linux, you don't need to make use of .cmd. Okay, so here if you come, you just need to run it this way, mvnw clean package. Okay, so mvnw clean package also runs on command prompt. I was not aware of this. I just got to know. But you know, mvnw, so this is a command, okay, mvnw clean package.
even with .cmd, it runs on command prompt. All right. So just run this. You will get a jar file here. You can see this jar file, config demo. So what I will do is I'll run this jar file now. Okay. We have all the environment variables set up. So I'll say Java -jar, and I'll say target. So it's inside the target folder. So I'll say target, and let me say /. I'll say config demo. You can see snapshot.jar. Let me run this. So the application has started, okay, from the command line. And remember, we have the env variable set. So if I come over here and if I do a refresh, you'll see the value that we had set from the command line to the environment variables have been picked up by the application. Okay. So I just wanted to demonstrate this. You don't need to try this. If you want to try, you can. I've given you all the set of commands. I've shown you all the set of commands. You can pause the video and make a note, but you know, this, you don't need to try. I'm just showing you way of doing things. Okay. There is better way of doing this, wherein you can set the environment variable for a particular application from the IntelliJ as well. Okay. Let me show you that as well. But I wanted to show you for jar file as well, because you know, you might be dealing with jar files as well. Okay. So I'll just shut the server with Command C or Control C on Windows and Command C on Mac. Okay. So now let me show you how you can set those same variables that we just set this way. Okay. From the IntelliJ itself. Okay. So here you will come. I'll say edit configurations. Okay. Now when you edit configurations here, you will have an option to set the environment variables. Now right now I'm not seeing any option over here. So you need to go to modify options. And here you have environment variables. So just enable this. And this is under operating system. Just see. Okay. So here now you can specify, you can say build_id over here. And this can be, okay, this can be, let's say 444. Okay. Then you have the syntax reference over here, semicolon, right? So I'll say semicolon, build_name over here. And this is NAME test. Okay. Something like this. Then what was the next property? You had build.name, build.version over here. So I'll just copy this much. Okay, build.version, and you can add that over here. Okay. So once you added this, you also have a way to like edit environment variables from here. So you can make use of a graphical user interface. So here you can see all the environment variables that we defined is added over here. You can say plus and add it over here. Okay. These are all the system level environment variables. You can see over here. That is being picked up and shown by IntelliJ. Okay, I'll say okay. I'll say apply, and I'll say okay, and you can run it from here. So the moment you run it, okay, if you come over here, let me refresh. You can see 444, version is 1.0.0. This is what we set, and name is name_test. So whatever you set there is coming in over here. Okay, and just observe this, like you have made use of underscores over here. Build_id in caps, and here you have build.id. So that is automatically translated to build.id, and it is picked up that way by the Spring Boot application. Okay, so that is how this thing works. All right, I hope this is pretty much clear as to how you can set it from the command line as well as from the IntelliJ. One thing I also want you all to observe or remember is we are setting these variables in the as environment variables, right? And these are not defined in application properties anywhere. Okay. They are defined over here, but they are not being used because we have not set any sort of active profile. Even if you comment this and delete these profiles, then too this will pick up from environment variable and your application will function absolutely normally without any hassles. Okay. So this is something that I want to highlight really, really explicitly. All right. Now let me show you one more thing. Okay, here, let us come over here. Okay, let us say I am making use of the values from here. Okay, I'm making use of values from here. So let's say I have both defined. Here also I have like the same thing defined, and here also I have the same thing defined. So let me restart the application. Okay, so I restarted, and if you come over here, if I refresh, you'll still see the same value. So precedence is clearly given to the environment variables. Right, it is not picking up from the application.properties. Okay, so this is another thing that you should know. Okay, now I want to show you one more thing. So here, let's say instead of so here we are defining the environment variables. Okay, and let me cut this. I'll cut this and I'll paste it over here. Okay, so I'll add this as a comment. Okay, so we had this piece defined in the environment variables. Now let us say I don't want to make use of environment variables to directly inject the properties, but instead I want to introduce placeholders. So let's say I have this ID over here. Okay, instead of this ID, I'll add a placeholder over here. Okay, so let me add a placeholder. So I'll add the placeholder as dollar, something like this, and I'll say, ID build or ID in works, something like this. Okay, and I'll come over here. I'll add ID over here. I'll get rid of all of this. I'll say ID is 999. Let's say, for example, I'll say apply. Let me run it. Okay, so let me run it and show what happens. Okay, application is running normally. Come over here, refresh. You can see 999. So what happened here? Here we created a variable. This is a variable that we created. Okay, so there was some value that we didn't want to hard code in our application.properties or application.yaml. Now understand this. Okay, you're working on a project and you have the database related configurations to be added over here. For example, I don't want to hard code the password and everything over here, right? I don't want to hard code, but I want to have the properties over here. Okay, I want to have these properties over here, but I don't want to hard code the password. So here I can make use of a variable this way. This is a variable that I'm creating and I'm saying ID over here. This is a variable name. And where is this variable getting its value from? The variable is getting its value from here. ID is 999. You can see. So you can add variables for all over here. You can like say dollar over here, something like this. And you can say version. Okay, something like this. Okay. And this can be dollar name. Okay, this can be type, $type over here. This is there. Okay, now what I will do is I'll take this over here, name and type. Okay, so actually type is not needed. We are not making use of type. So I'll get rid of type. Okay, we'll just set for version and name. Okay, so I'll just take this much. Okay, version and name. So I'll come over here. I'll add this, and this is name. Okay, this is for name variable and this is for version variable. You can see, and I'll update the values to 333 over here, 3.3.3, and over here this is new name, something like this. Okay, let me say apply. Let me run this. So you should ideally see these values that you have set applied. Okay, so this is something for you to know, because, you might be dealing with API keys. You might be having secrets, client secrets. If you are working on Spring security project, client secrets, you will have database credentials, client ID. All that will be hard coded in application YAML, which will be committed to a centralized Git repository. So you'll find me using a lot of these in my source code. Okay, why? Because, if there is something called a database credential, I don't want to hard code database credential. I personally use this kind of a thing, like this variable thing, a lot. And I normally have it set up over here. So this is local to your application. You can also move it to an external file, which I'll talk about. Okay, here you can see this folder icon. So you can link this to a file as well. Okay, and this can be safe on your system. You are not committing it to Git. Okay, now let me also show you one more thing over here. So this is the environment variables. Okay, what I will do is I will actually comment this right now. Okay, let me comment this. So I don't need this for now. I'll comment this. I'll come over here. I've shown you this. I'll cut this. I'll say apply. I'll say okay. And here I'll paste it. Okay, this is something for you to keep track of. Okay, I hope this is clear as to what we did. Okay, earlier what was happening is build.id. So build.id was actually replacing or making use of this build.id. Build_id was becoming build.id, right? So it was overriding this property. But when we introduce this placeholder and when we are setting this placeholder, it is actually substituting the value of this ID instead of this over here. Okay, it is substituting this value over here instead of this value or this placeholder here. Okay, so I hope you are clear as to what is the difference between them. Here you are overriding the property and here you are making use of a variable and using it. So both the approaches are there. Okay, and it's important for you to understand, right? What is the difference? Now I would like to talk about program arguments as well. So I'll come over here. I'll go to edit configuration. you can see this field over here, program arguments. You can enable this field from here. Okay. So, okay, there is no option to enable this, but this is by default enabled. Okay. So you will say 2 times hyphen, you will say build.id, and you'll set the ID to, let's say 777. Okay. Here, let me say apply, let me say run. Let us see what happens. Okay. I've set it to 777. Application runs, come over here, refresh it. You can see 777 instead of the default values. Okay. Where is this being fetched from? It is being fetched from the program arguments. So this is the program arguments that you would normally pass via terminal when running a jar file. That is how it's being injected. That is how IntelliJ injects these values. Okay. It's equivalent to how you would normally pass in the arguments when running the jar file. Okay. So you can add the things over here. Okay. You can add the parameters like this as well. Okay. And so that is how things work, and I hope you're clear about the placeholder as well. Okay, and you're clear about how these things work in environment variable setting. I hope this has been insightful, and I hope this has helped you to learn more about environment variables and how you can use it with properties in Spring Boot application. So let me show you how you can have a .env file created and how you can have placeholders for all the properties and link it to .env file using environment variables. So let me show that to you. So here, let me uncomment this. Here, what I have is I have build ID, build version, and build name, and I'm making use of this in build info controller. I also have a default value over here. Okay. So right now, if my application is running and if I try to access it, you will see all the default versions coming up. Okay. Because there is no profile set right now. Okay. Now, how do I provide value to this ID, version, and name? So what I can do is here, I'll take these values. Okay. I'll create a new .env file. So I'll create a file. I'll say .env. env files are common. If you have seen people doing front-end development, you must have seen env files. So you can see over here, I'll just get rid of the semicolons and I'll put all the values on separate lines. Okay, this is done. Now what I will do is I'll come over here to edit configuration. I'll select this. Here you can see browse for env files and scripts. I'll say select, and here I'll select the env file. It will open by default in the project root folder. So I'll select .env. I'll say OK. I'll say apply, and I'll say run. It will say stop and run. I want to stop and run. Now these values that are there in this env file will be linked to these placeholders over here, will be replaced with these placeholders, and they'll be ultimately being used in the properties or the application over here. And you'll see this as the output here in the endpoint. So if I come over here, if I refresh, you'll see this coming in from the .env file. You can see. All right. So this is how you can have .env file also set up, and IntelliJ has some support for the env files. Okay, so you can see over here install plugins. It is telling me like you can install plugins that support env files. Okay, and you can install the plugins, and if you are working heavily on env files, this can be a good option. And I'll tell you the benefit of having this .env file. If you have a lot of configurations, okay, a lot of configurations being added over here, so you can add the configuration over here as well in this format. So here you can see variable is equal to value, semicolon, variable 1 is equal to value 1. So in this format, you can add all the configuration. But what happens is, after a while, if you have like more than 10 variables setting over here, this text field becomes cumbersome, and this also becomes cumbersome. So I normally prefer having an external file like this. Okay, and if there are a lot of values, they come in over here. And when committing your code to Git, you can make use of git ignore file and just ignore this .env file. So that would help you keep these values on your local machine, and you won't commit this onto a GitHub repository, and your teammates can create their version of .env file with their own keys and all the sensitive data, and they can also decide not to commit the file. Okay, so this way you are protecting your secure information or any sort of sensitive information that you might have on your system. I hope this helps. So now it's time that we will talk about JVM properties. So you can also pass JVM system properties to your Spring Boot application. JVM stands for Java Virtual Machine, and it has something called as system properties, and you can make use of it to pass the values to your Spring Boot application. These system properties can be accessed and used within your application just like environment variables or program arguments. All right. Now, how do JVM system properties look like? So they are key value pairs essentially, and they can be set when starting Java application. Okay. So let me come over here. Okay. And what I would do is I would create a command prompt over here. Okay. And I would create a jar file mvnw clean package. Okay. In the root directory, I'm running this. Okay. So I'll get a fresh jar file because I've made some changes to my source code. So this jar file that I have already may not be running. Okay. So I get an error because, okay. So the error I'm getting, what is the error over here? So let me scroll up over here. The error is, okay, failed to load. It's because this application is already running. So let me actually stop the application from IntelliJ. Let me do maven clean package again. There might be a port conflict is what I assume. Okay, I get an error again. So I believe the reason it's failing is because it's not able to find the values for these placeholders, right? So what I will do is I will substitute something for these placeholders. So I'll comment this out and I'll add this thing over here for a while. Okay, and I'll say this is default. I'll add default over here. Okay, or this is application over here. Okay, and this is application build over here. And I'll say 1001 over here, and I'll say 10 over here. Okay, so I've made the values a bit varying, and I'll run this again. Let me see if it runs now. It should ideally. Okay, it's able to run now. You can see there has been success and the build is generated. You can see it's being stored over here. Now, what I will do is I'll show you how you can set the JVM system properties. Okay, so you can say Java. Okay, and you can say Java -jar over here, and you can run the application this way. So you can say target. So target slash. Okay, slash, and it is okay. So what is the name of the jar file? So it's target slash config demo. Oops. So I'll say config. Okay, what's the problem? So config demo slash 001. Okay, 1 second. So let me say target over here. Demo slash. Okay. Okay, so it's a backward slash here. So I'll say config demo. You can see snapshot.jar. Now, if you run this without passing any sort of JVM system properties, if you come over here, let us see what the value is. So you'll see 1001, 1023, an application. This is coming in from where? This is coming in from here. This is the default one, right? That is where it's being picked up from. Application.yaml. Why? Because there is no profile that is active. If you activate any profile, that will be picked up. So I'll just shut this server. Okay. Now I'll go back to this command again. And here, what I will do is just before running the application, I'm going to pass in the values over here. Okay. For JVM system property. So here, just after Java, I'm going to say -d. I'll say build.id over here. And I'll say, let us pass 999 4 times. Then I'll say -d build.version. So -d is the syntax over here. I can say 9.9.9 over here. Then I'll say -d, capital D, build.name. Okay. Build.name over here. Okay. And this will be, you can say 9 build. Okay. Something like that. Build over here. Okay. I'll just press enter. Let us see what happens. So I've passed in the Java system or the JVM system property. Okay, not Java system property. It's JVM system property using -d and the property name. Now, if you come over here, let me refresh. You can see this is what we set from the command line, right? So this is how you set the JVM system property. You can see, okay, -d build version is the way to set it. Okay, now you can set this from the IntelliJ as well. So I'll come over here. let me actually copy this entire thing, this entire syntax. I'll copy this, come over here, edit configuration, and then go over here to modify options and select add VM options. Now, when you say VM options, you will see this kind of a text box appear here. Okay, this is a text box, VM options. Just paste that thing that you wrote on the command line and add it something like this over here, and just say apply and just say run. Okay, the moment you do this, we are not running in from the terminal now, but we are running in from IntelliJ, and you'll see the values don't change. Okay, if you want to change the value, you can come over here. Let me add 1 in the end for build ID, so that it's convincing that it's coming in from here. And let me say okay, let me rerun the build. Okay, the build should run fine. Let me come over here, let me do a refresh. You can see 9991. So this is how you can set the JVM properties from IntelliJ and from the from the jar file. I hope this is clear, and I hope you have been able to follow along as to how this is working. Now here I am on IntelliJ. I'll just stop the server. We'll head over to terminal, and we'll talk about how you can make use of command line arguments, okay, to pass in values from your terminal. So here I already have this command over here, which is being used to set the properties using JVM system property. Okay, I'm making use of -d syntax. But if you want to pass it as a command line argument, what you can do is you can actually copy this. Okay, let me copy this entire thing. Okay, let me copy this entire thing, and I'll just come over to the new line. I'll say java-jar. I'll say target over here. Okay, target, and then I'll say /config. This is the jar. Okay, now in the end, I'll pass in the command line arguments, and it won't be in the -d syntax, but you will have 2 hyphens like this. So instead of -d in the end, you will add 2 hyphens, not in the end, but before the property. Okay, you can see this is the values. Okay, now here, just to say, I'll say 9 build. So instead of 9 build in the build name, I'll say 90 build, and I'll say enter. Let us see what happens. Now if I come over here, this should be 90 build. So if I refresh, you can see 90 build. So we are passing in command line arguments, right? Now there is a way to pass in command line arguments using the IntelliJ as well. IntelliJ is so helpful. So you can like copy this syntax over here, this entire, copy this, come over here, edit configurations, and just get rid of, you can get rid of this JVM over here. So what you can do is you can say over here, okay, so here you have this program argument. So this is what program argument is. So pass in from here. You can see this is what you're passing in. I'll say okay. Oops, not okay. It should be apply. So it's applied luckily. Okay, because if you so I'll just make this 901. If you don't press apply, there's no guarantee that it would be applied, right? So I always believe in pressing apply, because I've faced issues because of this. You feel like you pressed OK and it's applied, but many a times it's not applied. Come over here. It should be 901. So you can see 901 build. Okay. Now if you come over here, you will also notice that there is JVM system properties also you're passing, and you're also passing in the program arguments. But this is taking precedence over this, right? So yeah, that's something for you to make a note of. Okay. But yeah, you can pass in the properties using command line arguments as well, or using this particular thing. All right. I hope this has been useful over here. Hey there. So now it's challenge time, and I want you all to put everything that we have learned so far into action and get hands-on with things. All right. I'm sure you all are practicing with me as to what I'm showing you all on the screen, but let's try something ourselves. So the challenge right now is to update the active profile of our Spring Boot application, and you need to update it using command line arguments, using environment variables, and also using JVM system properties. So you can take this up as a challenge, and of course I'll be showing you how you can do that, but first I want you all to give you a try so that you get hang of things. So I would recommend that you all pause the video right now and attempt this yourself, and then come back and watch the solution. So pause the video right now. All right, so I hope you all had a chance to attempt this challenge yourself. All right, now what we are going to do is we are going to try this out. All right, now I'm going to activate dev profile from here. Okay, let me activate dev. Let me run this. Okay, now when I run the application, you will see, if I refresh over here, you will see like the dev profile active and all the values that is mentioned over here in the dev profile is being picked up. Now what I can do is I can make use of command line arguments from here, IntelliJ. Okay, and I can come over here, and here you have something called as program arguments. All right, now from here you can pass in the properties, and those properties will be picked up. So what I will do is I'll say 2 times hyphen, I'll say spring dot profiles dot active is equal to prod over here, because dev is something that we are already writing over here. Okay, writing in the file itself. So I'll say apply, and let me run this. Let us see what happens. Okay, right now dev is active over here, but ideally it should be overridden by prod. So if I refresh this, you can see production build. So this was the command line arguments in action. Now what I will do is I'll update this using environment variables as well. So I'll come over here. Okay, and let me say edit configuration. Here I'm going to say, so we are going to specify spring profiles active. Okay, so when it comes to environment variables, we need to make this capital, like everything becomes capital, and full stop is replaced by underscores. And here I'm going to say dev again over here. Okay, so I'm specifying dev over here. Okay, but the thing is we also need to consider the priorities. Command line arguments have higher priority than the environment variables. So let us apply and let us run this. Even though we have dev mentioned over there, we will still see prod appear over here. So let me refresh. You can see prod appear, production build. Now what I will do is I will come over here. I'll cut this program arguments. I'll say apply, and let me run this. So now you should see the environment variables being picked up. So now if you come over here, you can see dev production build. Okay, now this will even work if I comment this thing in application.yaml. Okay, so I hope you are also seeing the priorities part over here. The command line arguments have higher priorities than application.yaml, and OS environment variables have higher priorities than application.yaml. So if you refresh over here, you will see dev production build. It will still work even though you don't have this specified in application YAML, but you are just specifying it in environment variables over here. Okay, I hope this is making sense so far. Now what I will do is I'll pass in the JVM system properties. Now to pass in JVM system properties, I'll go to modify options. Here I'll say add VM options. Okay, so you can see VM options being added over here. I'll just paste this thing over here, which I had copied from program arguments. And here I'm going to say -d over here. Okay, this is how I'm going to pass in the this is the JVM system properties. Okay, now the rule says JVM system properties or the Java system properties have higher precedence than that of the environment variable. So ideally you should see prod over here, even though you have mentioned dev in the environment variables. So I'll say apply. Let me say run. Now you should see prod ideally over here. So this should change to production build, and that is what you see over here. All right. And if you go over here to the console, for every change, you will also see the corresponding profile being loaded. You can see over here, the following profile is active prod. Why is prod active over here? Because we have mentioned prod over here in the JVM system properties, right? And this will be true because this has higher precedence than that of environment variables. If I add the command line arguments have higher precedence than JVM. So first is command line arguments, then comes JVM system properties, and then comes environment variables over here. Okay, so if I add over here, let's say default, something like this. Let us see if this works. Adding default. Let me see. So you can see, okay, so you get an error over here. Okay, so you get an error because default is active, and in default, this is not provided, right? This is not provided. ID and all these things are not provided. This should ideally come in from the env file, or you should have a placeholder defined. But you can see over here we got the error. The fact we got the error means this is being picked up now, and prod and dev are not being picked up. So if you see over here, you will see following one profile is active, which is default. Why default? Because we have default mentioned over here. And command line arguments takes the highest priority. So if I say prod over here, now this will work without any issues. Okay. So I hope you are clear as to how on runtime you can change the properties. Okay. Or you can change the kind of profile is being loaded. Okay. On the runtime whenever the application runs, depending on your system needs. So this is a really good way to segregate properties or segregate configuration based on the environment you are willing to run it in. Okay, and then load that particular profile or load that particular settings depending on your requirements. So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this has been super useful. So now it's time that we begin talking about configuration properties annotation in Spring Boot. Now what is configuration properties annotation? So this is an annotation that helps you bind values from an external configuration sources like application.yaml or application.properties or even environment variables directly into Java objects. Okay. So far what we are doing is we have these configurations defined over here. Okay. And we are making use of it directly in the code. We are binding it against individual variables. So every property is being binded to individual variables. That is how it is happening, right? And we are doing that with the help of the value annotation. So value annotation is used to inject individual properties, but configuration properties allows grouping of related properties into a single class. And this makes application much more organized and easier to maintain as well. So let me show you how things work and what I mean over here. Okay. When you're making use of value over here, the value annotation, what you're doing is this is a single property build.id, which is defined in application YAML. You have this build ID over here. Okay. Now you are binding this single property to the single variable over here. What you can do is here, these three properties are related to the application's build, right? So these three properties are related to each other, right? So what you are going to do is come over here in Java file. You can create a new class. Okay. You can call this as build info. Now this class is keeping track of the build information, right? All right. So what happened over here? Okay. I don't know why it got printed in a single line. It got created in a single line, but you can create a class over here. Okay. And in the class, what you can do is you can bind all these properties related to the build or related to the application's build to this particular class, and it will be mapped to this particular object, like the object of this class. Let me show you how. So what you can do over here is I will mark this as a configuration first of all, and then I'll make use of configuration properties over here. Now this is the annotation you have to use, and then I'll say prefix. Now what is the prefix of all the properties for build? The prefix is build over here. You can see like all these build related information are under build, right? So I'll take this build and I'll come over here and I'll say build over here. This is a prefix. Now I'll create variables with the same name as that of the properties over here. So I'll just copy this. I'll just paste it over here. I'll get rid of this. I'll add semicolon in the end like this. Okay. And then I'll say private string, something like this. Okay. And I'll do this for all the variables. So these are three variables, and then I'll add getters and setters along with the constructors, for which I'll make use of the data annotation. So now what will happen is we are saying bind this class to the properties having prefix build. How this will get binded? Okay, so it will check what fields does this class have, and it will look for this property with the prefix build over here. Okay, now within build you have ID, version and name, right? So here it will check for ID, version and name over here, and it will map them accordingly. That is how it will work over there, right? Now if you want to make use of build info over here in this particular file, you'll first have to comment this. Okay, then I'll come over here and I'll create an instance of build info. I'll say build info over here. Okay, and you'll scroll up, and here you will say all args constructor. Why you are adding all args constructor? So that this gets injected, right, by Spring Boot, because you have marked this as a configuration class, right? So this will get injected. This is managed by Spring Boot now, the instance of this particular class, right? So now you'll come over here. It is these all are throwing errors. So what you will say is, you will say build info dot get ID over here, right? This is build version, right? So you will say build info dot get version over here. This is build name, right? So you will get rid of this. You will say build info dot get name. Okay. So what is happening over here? These properties under build are being mapped to build info dot java and all the variables inside. Now let me run this and let me show you as to how this thing works. All right. So you can see application is running. Let me check which profile is being loaded. Prod is being loaded, which means if you come down, it means that these are the values that will be picked up. So if you come over here, if you refresh, you'll see it's working fine, right? You're seeing it's working fine. There are no issues, no hassles as such, right? So it is working absolutely okay. And what has happened is, when you run the application, it is doing the job of binding these properties to that of this class over here, provided the names are same. You can see the names have to be same and the prefix has to match. Once that happens, if you create an object of build info over here and you make use of it using getter, you will get the values that you have set in the YAML file. All right. So this is the configuration properties, and this annotation is helpful if you wish to group related properties together. For example, over here, we had these properties which were keeping track of the build information of this application. So you can have a class created and you can group these related properties together in a class. And this makes it easier to maintain and easier to get a sense of what is happening, right? Rather than having these individual variables over here, okay, which are scattered, and you have to create these variables in different files wherever you wish to make use of it, right? But over here, you don't have to do that. You have to just create one class and you just create an instance of this class anywhere in your code and those properties are available. But with this approach, what happens is, if you rename the prefix in the properties file, if you rename the prefix, then you have to change it where all you have defined this. So at every place it changes. If you're making use of this piece of code in 10 different classes, you have to change it everywhere. But in this approach, you have defined it once, you are reusing it at different places. So if you edit, or if I change this to build info, then you have to just make the change over here at one place. That is it. And things are taken care of. Okay. So just remember this. The advantage of making use of configuration property is to group related properties together, which is easier to maintain. Okay. And it promotes a cleaner code. So here the code is really clean. You don't need to make use of multiple value annotations. Annotations are lesser and your code becomes clean. Okay, it also supports type safety, wherein it automatically converts types. For example, integer or boolean. If you're defining things that like integer and boolean, it promotes type safety. All right. So that is the entire benefit and the use of making use of configuration properties. So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this has been useful. If you are enjoying this course so far, then you should also check out our complete full stack development mastery roadmap, the details of which are given in the description below. It comprises of multiple courses that you would have access to. Also, you'll find these details on the website as well. All right. The website is embarkx.com. And I would highly encourage you all to check this out to become a pro developer. So now it's time that we begin talking about how you can manage configurations with the help of Spring Cloud Config Server. So before talking about Spring Cloud Config Server, we'll talk about configuration management with a config server. So configuration management, we know, like, it simply means managing and controlling the configurations of each microservice in the system. Configurations would include things like database connection, external server URLs, caching settings, and a lot more. Now, there is a challenge, okay? As the number of microservices increases in your architecture, managing these individual configurations for every microservice can become a daunting or a complex task. So let's say you start with 3 microservices and your application scales. You add tons of microservices, then you have more than 10 microservices, or there could be like more than 30 microservices, right? So imagine like managing these many individual configurations for every microservice. It could be a challenge and it would be a tedious task. Now, there could be a need of a centralized config server wherein the configuration for all the microservices are stored in that particular config server, and all the microservices talk to that central config server to retrieve the configuration for themselves. Okay, then in that case things can be better and it can be managed effectively because the configurations now are centralized at one single place. Now, the benefit of this is it simplifies configuration management and it will increase the operational efficiency because everything is now centralized and all the microservices are getting the configuration from that single centralized config server. Okay, so this is how you can visualize it. So let's say you have 3 microservices. Okay, of course, now in a complex architecture there will be more than 3, but I'm just presenting the example of 3 microservices. So you have this microservice 1, you have microservice 2 and 3. And each of these microservices is talking to this centralized config server, which is having the configuration for every microservice. Okay, and it is doing the job of storing, and whenever the microservices reach out to it for configuration, it provides the configuration to it. And that is what is being used by the microservices. So it's a centralized place to store all the configurations. Now, the benefit or the feature of the config server is, number one, it's centralized, of course, which you could gauge from the diagram itself. You can even have versioned configuration, because if you have configured something like a Git repository, so everything can be versioned because Git itself is a versioned system, right? You can have dynamic updates. So if you want to change the configuration, you can just change it in the config server and you can do a dynamic refresh without restarting the server. So all these things are possible. You have security, because everything is being stored at a centralized config server. You can move this config server at a secure place like behind the firewall. You can implement some enhanced security for this, because it is storing all the sensitive information. You can also have application and profile specific configuration, so if you want to have configurations like dev configuration, prod configuration, test environment configuration. So config server has the ability to have these kind of configurations that are profile specific and application specific. So all these things can be managed. Now, what are the benefits? Now, of course, benefits are evident over here. There is one single source of truth, because everything is being stored on a single centralized config server. So it's not like there are multiple sources of configuration. There is one single source of truth. So that is number one benefit. Second benefit, it's easier to manage and update configurations because, if you have to like update the database settings for all the microservices, you have to just do it at one single place and not, it's not scattered across all the microservices. So that is the other benefit. Then you have enhanced security and control. You can better control the configuration in the way you like. You can improve the security to this config server. Okay, and it gives you ability to do a lot more, It's also easy to deploy and scale microservices because things are now centralized and they are not scattered. Okay, now after we have some clarity about the config server, let's talk about Spring Cloud Config Server. Now, what is Spring Cloud Config Server? So it's a part of Spring Cloud project, and it's a suite of tools specifically designed for building and managing cloud native applications. Okay, now Spring Cloud Config Server provides a centralized external configuration management backed by ideally Git, file system, SVN, or even database. Okay, so you can use whatever you want in place of a Git, database, or you can even make use of file system depending on your choice. And it uses the version control system. So if you're making use of Git, it is making use of version control system which help us effectively manage and track the configurations across different environments and even microservices. Okay, now this is what the diagrammatic representation would look like for Spring Cloud Config Server. So you have microservice 1, 2, and 3. You could even have more microservices talking to or requesting configurations in your architecture, but I have only presented 3. they all will talk to Spring Cloud Config Server. Spring Cloud Config Server is the server that is having the configurations for all the microservices. Okay. And where is it storing the configuration? It could be either storing and retrieving the configuration from Git or from the file system or even from the database. So you can configure any of the sources that you want to manage configuration. You could either store it locally on the file system. You could even make use of Git. Now Git provides the ability to have, version control system. Database is also a choice. Okay, so depending on your requirement, you could configure the Spring Cloud Config Server to retrieve and manage the configurations. Okay, now talking about Spring Cloud Config Server, number one, it can be used to store configurations. Okay, so like I said, configurations for all the microservices are stored in a centralized place, and this could be local file system or Git or even a database. Okay, people normally prefer Git because of its version control abilities. Serving configuration. So config server is basically like a middleman. So when a microservice starts, any microservice in the network, it will talk to the config server first for the configuration. It will go to my config server and it will say that, hey, give me my configuration. And then the Spring Cloud Spring Cloud server will fetch the relevant configuration for that particular microservice from the storage. So storage meaning it could be having the storage in Git or database or the file system. So it will get that particular configuration that is required by the microservice and it will serve it to that microservice. So it does that job as well, serving the configuration. It also helps you refresh the configuration. So if configuration changes, the config server can notify the microservices, or microservice can ask the config server for the fresh configuration. So this refresh on any sort of changes is possible. Okay. Then there are additional things like easy integration with Spring Boot. So if you are using Spring Boot for your microservices, the Spring Cloud Config Server and Spring Cloud Config Client, these are the dependencies that will provide the out-of-the-box support for configuration management. What do I mean by out-of-the-box support? It means you don't have to do much. You don't have to write a lot of code. You just have to add the dependencies and do some minor configuration. That is it. And things are ready for you. So it has a very easy integration with Spring Boot since it's a part of Spring Cloud project. And then it also supports different environments, which could be crucial for managing environment specific configuration. And then there is also support for encryption and decryption. So if there are any sort of sensitive information, like for example, database passwords or any sort of information like, client IDs or secret keys, you don't want to store them like that on Git. So you might want to encrypt it, decrypt it. So all those sort of mechanisms are also provided by Spring Cloud Config Server. Okay. So that's the benefit. And in summary, Spring Cloud Config Server, as you can see from all these points over here, it provides a centralized version control, secure way of managing configurations across a microservice architecture. It simplifies the configuration management and increases the efficiency of managing and deploying changes in a complex microservice-based application, right? So I hope it's clear as to what Spring Cloud Config Server is, why you should make use of config server, what are the benefits it provides, and I hope this has given you a complete holistic view of how Spring Cloud projects has this ability of Spring Cloud Config Server and Config Client that can help you with the out-of-the-box functionalities. So I hope this has been useful. So it's time that we begin setting up the Spring Cloud Config Server. And for that, I'm going to head over to my browser. I'm going to search for Spring Cloud Config over here. Now, the moment you search for this, you will kind of get this official link over here. Okay. So this is one link and this is the link of the project site over here. You can see spring.io/projects Spring Cloud Config. So this is the project site over here, and the link that we opened is like a documentation or tutorial sort of link. It's a reference link. Okay, so I'll close this. I don't need this. Or you can even go to spring.io over here and you can take a look at project over here. You can hover on project. You should be able to go to Spring Cloud over here, and under Spring Cloud, you will see Spring Cloud Config. That is another way to navigate. Okay. So I'll close this cookie settings. So this is a project that we are talking about. Now Spring Cloud Config provides server and client-side support for externalized configuration in a distributed system. Okay, this is what we need to set up. One server and the client side. So we'll be setting up server first and then we'll be configuring clients as well. Okay, you can see over here with config server, you have a central place to manage external properties of applications across all environments. The concept of on both client and server map identically to Spring environment and property source abstractions. Okay, so it helps you manage configurations in a centralized way. That is what it means. There are several features that are highlighted and some code over here to get started. Okay, so what I will do is I will come over here to Spring Initializer. So I'll say start.spring.io over here. This is Spring Initializer. I'll just zoom in a bit so that you can see well. I'll select Maven over here. Make sure you select Maven. If you're making use of Gradle, feel free to select that. Latest version of Spring Boot. Come over here and search for config. And you can see over here, config client is coming up. You have config server as well over here. You can see. So config server is a central management for configuration via Git, SVM or HashiCorp Vault. So there are several sources that you can set up over here. I'll just select this. Okay. I'll scroll down over here and we have an option over here to configure the package as well over here. Okay. So I can set up the package over here, say demo and then config server, something like this. Okay. And here I'll select jar, latest version of Java. Okay. I don't think we need to select anything else. All right. What I will do is you can explore the dependencies. Now, when you explore the dependencies, you will notice Spring Cloud Config is added, config server. And if you scroll down here, you can see in dependency management under dependencies, there is the Spring Cloud dependency as well. Why? Because this project, Spring Cloud Config Server, is a part of Spring Cloud over here. And that is why this has been added. Now what I will do is I'll close this and I'll say generate to generate the zip of this entire project. And I'll save it onto my working directory wherever I'm working and building this project. So what I've done is I have created a folder called configuration management, config management, and I have moved the config demo, which is the project that I had earlier, and I have moved the config server over there. So this is the directory where I'll be building this project. So I'll just quickly unzip this because in order to open this in IntelliJ, we will have to unzip it. Okay, and I'll delete this zip version. We don't need it anymore. Right now, what we can do is we'll head over to IntelliJ and I'll open this entire folder in IntelliJ. So just head over to IntelliJ and here in IntelliJ, we will navigate to our working directory. So I'll say open and under additional, I have this config management. So I'll select this, which is a parent directory. I'll say OK. The moment you say OK, you will see that this particular project opens up. Okay, this particular folder opens up, in fact, and there are two subfolders over here and you're getting this pop-up over here that Maven build scripts found for these two projects. So I'll say load, and after you say load, it will identify these two projects as the Maven projects, and you will see that it is basically indexing it as Maven project, and you can see the Maven icon appear. Okay, and I'll just close this over here, and you can see all the dependencies are also being resolved. Okay, so both the projects have been imported as the Maven projects over here. Now what I will do is I'll open config server. Now to enable config server, we'll have to add one annotation over here in this main file over here of the config server application. Okay, you can head over to pom.xml and see the dependencies that you have added. So you had added config server over here. And then basically, since you are making use of config server, the Spring Cloud dependencies was also added in dependencies management because it's a part of Spring Cloud project, right? So I'll close this and here I'll have to make use of an annotation called enable config server. Okay. Now what this annotation does is it enables the config server. It enables the features of config server onto this application. And then whenever you run this application, it runs as a config server, listening to all the config clients. All right. So I hope you have been able to do this simple setup of config server. I hope you have been able to follow along. So now is the time that we will begin setting up the Git repository for our configuration. So I'll head over to the browser And here I have logged into my GitHub account. I would recommend you logged into your GitHub account and click over here to create a new repository. And I'll call the new repository as configuration. Okay, or I can say app configuration over here, something like that. You can name it whatever you want to, as long as it's available. All right, I'll mark the repository as public for now. And then I'll scroll down, I'll say create. So the repository is created. Now what we will have to do is we will create the files over here, or we'll add the configuration file. So here to create a new config file, I'll see this get started by creating a new file. So I'll just say create a new file over here. Okay, we'll add some of the file contents over here. So I'll come over here. Okay, we have a config client over here, which is config demo. Okay, the config server is here. I have config client, which is config demo. I'll go and check its application name over here. Okay, so the application name is config demo. So I'll create the name I'll create the file with this name itself. Okay, because I'm creating the configuration, or we'll be moving the configuration for this particular service to that of config server. So I'll copy this config demo. Okay, and I'll say config demo over here dot YAML over here. Okay, YAML file. You can even make use of dot properties extension. It's totally up to you. I'll add the file contents. So whatever file contents you add can be added over here. Okay, you mentioned that can be added. So I'll just add this thing over here, build. Okay, or let me go to application dev over here. I'll just add this. Okay, and here I'll say 101010, something like this. And here I'll add 1000, and I'll say dev git. Okay, so I'm adding an identifier so that we know it's coming in from Git over here. Okay, so I'll say Git development build, something like that. And I'll say commit the changes. So it will create this file for me, and this file will exist over here. You can see over here, config demo.yaml. Okay, you can create multiple files over here, and you can actually create files for different profiles, like config demo, dev over here, config or something. Okay, you can add files over here. Also, I'm not liking the hyphen over here. So what I would do is, let me come over here. So I'll get rid of the hyphen over here in the application name, and I'll rename this particular file. So let me go over here. Okay, and I'll just do a rename over here, and I'll just get rid of this hyphen. I'll say commit. Okay, so this is done. You can see this is config demo.yaml. You can have config demo hyphen dev. Okay, because the application name is also config demo. So we are creating the configuration file for this particular thing over here, and then we'll be mapping this repository to the config server over here. Okay, so I hope you all have been able to set up the repository at your end as well, and I hope this has been useful. So now I have the remote repository set up. Okay, this is a remote repository which is keeping track of all the configuration that I want to add to my application, and I will add this via config server. So now it's time that we map this Git repository to the config server, so that config server can do the job of serving these configurations to the requesting microservices or services, right? Or Spring Boot applications, whatever you call it. So I'll just copy this URL over here. I'll come over here to my config server. I'll just close everything, close all the tabs. I'll come over here and just head over to config server and just open application properties over here. Okay, so you can make use of application properties, or you can rename or refactor this thing to application.yaml over here. So I'll just do that. I'll make use of YAML configuration. Okay, and I'll say Spring application name config server, something like that. Okay, config server. Okay, something like this. And then what I need to do is I will add one more property. Okay, so for mapping this particular application to that of Git repo, I'll be adding a property over here. So I'm going to say Spring over here, Spring Cloud. I'm going to say config server, and I'm going to say Git and then URI. Okay, and then I'm going to paste in the URL over here. Now this is a URL of the Git repository that we have just created. I'll just collapse this so that you can see it completely over here. Okay, you can see over here. Now the Spring key is duplicated. You have the Spring key over here as well. So I'll have to get rid of this because of the YAML rules, and it will become something like this. But if you're making use of application.properties, you will have to add it something like spring.cloud.config.server.git.uri, and then you'll have equal to this entire URL over here. Okay, so this is taken care of. Now what we can do is I will start the server. Okay, just make sure before starting the server you have this enable config server added along with the required dependencies in the pom.sql. So here you can see you have the required dependencies, right? Let me start the server. So I'll come over here, I'll say run, and I'll do Lombok. I'll enable the annotation processing for Lombok. You can see over here the application is started. Okay, it's most likely started over here. Now let us take a look at the logs. So I'll scroll up over here. You can see there are no logs around it interacting with the Git. Okay, but we will see some logs is what I'm hoping when we start accessing the properties. Now how do I access the properties? So first of all, we have not specified the port, so this is by default running on 8080 port, and luckily we don't have anything running there. If you want to customize the port, you can customize it. All right, let me also customize this. So I'll come over here to application YAML. I'll say server port over here, and I'll stick to 4 times 8 over here. Okay, let me restart this. Okay, so we'll have this port because 8080 can be taken up by any other application. So you can see now application is running on 888, 4 times 8 basically. Come over here to the browser. I'm going to say localhost. Okay, localhost colon 8888 4 times. Okay, slash I'm going to say config demo. Why config demo? Because this is the name using which you have created the configuration, config demo. So you won't add the extension, but you will say config demo, and let me press enter. Ideally I won't say anything. Yes. Now let me add the profile. So which profile have you added the configuration for? There's no profile, it's the default profile. So I'll just add default over here. Okay, if you would have added -dev or -prod, that is when you specify the profile. So I'll just press enter. Now you'll see some sort of like JSON appear over here. Okay, this JSON is what you will see, and if you have the JSON plugin, then you will see it formatted this way. If you don't have it added to the Chrome, then you'll find it as a raw text like this. Okay, so you'll have to make use of a JSON parser to see the JSON in the right format. But you can see over here, this is the name of the configuration, which is config demo. Okay, right? That is what we have added over here. You can see this is the profile. Label is, there's no label. This is a version. This is a state. And this is the source of the property. So you can see where is this property being fetched from? It is being fetched from this file. Where is this file? This file exists in the Git repository that we created. You can see these properties have been added in the Git repository. You can see it over here, right? If you open this, you'll see it over here, right? So basically what is happening is we are fetching this. Now if you come to logs over here, you can see the logs, adding property source config resource file. You can see this. So it is getting this file from the repo. It is storing it locally somewhere in app data, and it is providing the access to that, right? So that is what is happening. It has fetched this file and it is giving us the access to this particular file. That is what is happening. Okay, and we are able to see this file, and this is the configuration that we need to access, and this is the configuration that the applications or the clients that you configure will access. Okay, now one thing I would like to highlight over here, in the URL you have mentioned config demo. What is config demo? Config demo is a name of the file. If you create a file with application.yaml, you'll have to say application / the profile. Now profile is default because we have not added any sort of profile. Okay, so I hope this is clear as to how we are creating a mapping between the config server and the Git repository that exists, and we are also able to load the repository successfully. I hope this has been useful. So now it's time that we begin talking about how can you load the environment specific configurations using Spring Boot config server or Spring Boot Cloud config server. So what I will do is, here we have the config server already running and mapped to this Git repository. What I'm going to do is, here I just have one config file. Okay, so I'll just copy this over here. Okay, I will go over here and I'll add a new file. So here you can see this add file. So I'll just say add a file. I'll add this file name, which is same as the previous one, but I'll add dev over here, right? And I'll say commit. So this file is created over here. Okay. What does this config demo has? Okay, it has this kind of configuration. Okay, so I'll copy this. I'll come over here and I'll go to config demo dev. I'll say edit, and over here I'll paste the same configuration, but instead of dev I'll say prod over here, something like this, prod. Okay, and here also I'll say production build. Okay, and here instead of 1000 I'll say 2000, and here instead of 101010 I'll say 202020. Okay, this is just to differentiate that. Okay, these are the values in the config demo dev or the dev profile. I'll copy this. I'll come over here to code again, and here I'll add one more file which will be for prod. Now you can add one more file like for a test environment as well, right? So I can say prod over here .yaml, and I'll paste this content, and instead of 2020 I'll say 303030 randomly, and this will be 3000. And here I can say, okay, so this is prod and that one was dev. Okay, wait, so production, this is production is fine. Okay, I messed up probably with the namings. Let me see over here. So this dev will have dev over here, and 1 second, this one is default over here, right? So this one is default, so I'll rename this. I'll copy this first. Okay, and this is default. Oops, so I'll say default over here, git default build, something like this. I'll comment this, and I'll go to dev. So dev thing has a problem, so I'll go into dev, and here in dev, instead of prod values, I'll just rename these to dev over here. I'll just say dev, and I'll say development. Okay, here also dev. Okay, let me comment. Okay, I've commented everything. Now if you take a look at dev, you have dev related values, prod has prod related values, and the default one has default related values, right? Now let me come over here. I will restart the server. Let me restart. You can see the server has started. If you come over here, if you load the default one, you'll see the default values being loaded. You can see default over here. This is default. Now if you switch to prod over here, which is environment specific, you will see the default values also coming. So this is the default values. You can see over here. Oops, I just collapsed this. This is a default value, and you will also see the production specific values over here. Okay, so both are coming, the prod version as well as the default one. Now let me switch over to dev over here. If you switch over to dev, you have access to the dev values as well as you have access to what you can say the default one. So I hope you're clear as to how you can create profiles for different configuration. So here we have created 3 profiles, and here we are saying the server URL, we are saying the application name, which is this application name, config demo, and /dev. Dev means the dev profile, prod means prod profile, and if there is no profile, it switches over to default over here. So if I say default, you'll see default thing loaded. Okay, I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope you understand now how you can load the environment specific configurations with the help of config server. Now we have the configurations being loaded into the config server from the Git repository, right? Now we need to make sure that we have a config client or a client talking to the config server and fetching the configurations. So what I will do is I will head over to config demo over here, and we'll get this configured as a client. So I'll open this pom.xml over here. Okay, and then we need to add a dependency. So I'll head over to start.spring.io over here. This is our place from where we can get the dependencies. I'll make sure I've selected Maven over here, the latest version of Spring Boot, and I'll say add dependencies. I'll say config over here. Now you can see this config client appear. So you can see over here, the description says client that connects to the Spring Cloud config server to fetch the application's configuration. I'll select this. I'll say explore, and I'll scroll down over here, and you can see over here, this is the dependency that you need. Okay, rest all. I think this is what also you will need over here. So let me see if Spring Cloud is being added in this particular dependency. So you can see Spring Cloud is not added. Okay. So we'll have to get that added as well over here in dependency. So if you scroll down over here, okay, so let me see, there is no dependency. So here we have this, let me see. Okay. So we'll have to get this tag as well of dependency management after dependency, and then comes the build. So over here, right now you can see, let me see. So here you have this tag of dependencies, which is having all the dependencies, right? Okay, so here also we have this tag of dependency which has all the dependencies over here until this, right? Now after that there is dependency management, and then there is build tag. But over here there is directly build tag. There is no dependency management. So what I will have to do is I will have to copy this dependency management tag for Spring Cloud. Okay, and I'll have to paste it over here like so. Oops, so it just got copied. This was not copied actually. So I'll just copy this, come over here, paste it. Something like this. This is added, and then scroll up. Okay, and from here you can get this dependency, because this is dependent on Spring Framework Cloud. You can see over here the group ID. So it is coming in from this cloud project, and that is why you need to add that dependency management tag over here. Okay, you'll also have to add this property over here. Okay, I'll come to that shortly, but for now I'll add the dependency. Okay, I'll scroll up, I'll add this dependency. Okay, this is added. And here under properties, I have Java version 23. So here there is Java version 17, and this is Spring Cloud version. So I need this as well. This is the latest version of Spring Cloud. So the version might differ. So you might see version 25 or 26 and so on. Okay, but don't worry, the functionality remains same. So you'll have to add 3 things. Okay, because this thing is coming in from Spring Cloud project. Right, so it's dependent on that. So if you add this, you need to add this dependency management from the pom.xml on Spring's initializer, and then also add the version of Spring Cloud. Okay, so all these things you need to add. Okay, and you get a reference for all of this from here. Okay, and if this sounds confusing, like copying these tags, what you can do is I would recommend you can take a look at your pom.xml. There is group ID, there is artifact ID, there is the application name. So you can just come over here and add your group ID, artifact, name, description, whatever is there in your pom.xml, you add that. Package name also you add over here. Jar you select the Java version that you have over here, which you can see the Java version over here. Okay, you add all of that, and then whatever dependencies are added over here, you add it over here. Okay, and then you go to explore. So it will create the pom.xml for you. And you can just copy the entire pom.xml and paste it over there. If you don't want to deal with these tags and which one to copy where, okay, you just recreate your pom.xml over here and just copy it and paste it. That is one suggestion that I can give you. Okay, so once you do this, if you make any sort of changes in pom.xml, what happens? You see this load Maven changes icon. Click on this, and you'll see the dependencies being resolved. Once the dependencies are resolved, what you need to do is you need to head over to the configuration. Sorry, not the configuration. This is the YAML file wherein all the configurations are being stored. And what you need to do is you need to import the configuration from the config server. And for that, we will have to specify a property over here. Okay, so I'll come over here and I'll say Spring. I'll say config. I'll say import. Okay, and then I'll specify config server over here, colon, HTTP, colon, localhost, colon, 4x8. This is our server URL for config server. Okay, so I'll specify this, and now it's giving me a red mark that key Spring is duplicated. So it's duplicated over here, right? So I'll just cut this entire thing, cut it, and just add it over here, something like this, and just get rid of this entire thing, like so. Okay, now let me restart this. Okay, so I have config server up and running. Let me start the config client over here, right? So over here, this is okay. The config client is not coming in. So I'll just go to the main application over here, config demo application, and let me start this application. So I get this error. This is related to Lombok. So I'll go over here in settings, and I'll head over to build, compiler, annotation processing, and I'll make sure I have obtained processors from class path selected to all my projects. If it's not selected, I'll make sure I select this. I'll say apply and I'll say OK. And then I'll try to run the application. So it should work this time. If despite making these changes, okay, so I'll just close this. If despite making these changes, if the application is still not running, then I would request you to go to this menu over here, go under build and say rebuild the project. So it will rebuild the entire project and then you can start. It should work, right? Now let us take a look at the logs over here. Okay, I'll scroll up over here. So you can see the logs. This is like the starting of the Spring Boot application. You can see over here. Scroll down, you can see there is no active profile set, which makes sense. We have not set any sort of active profile in config demo application. Scroll down, we have specified the config server configuration over here, and we have added the dependency for config client. That's the only thing that we did, right? So it provides out of the box functionality, and you can see on the logs itself, the logs are validating that it is fetching the config from the server at localhost 8888. You can see. If you scroll down, it will also give you like what it's fetching, some environment details, and then the application starts. So first thing it does is it fetches the application configuration after determining like which is the active profile. So first active profile is decided, and depending on which profile is to be activated, it will fetch the configuration for that particular profile from the config server, and then it will start the application. Or rest of the activities are carried out later, because configuration things might have some important settings like database configuration, email configuration. So it first fetches that. Okay. Now what I will do is I have I have this build info, right? I have this build info URL. I'll come over here. I'll say localhost 8080. I'll say / build info. Okay. It gives an error over here. Okay. It is giving an error because of this 2 /. I'll just remove this / and I'll get this printed. So you can see over here, I'm getting this 10101 1000 and default git production build. So this is a default configuration coming in from Git. So if you come over here to Git, you can see this is what we are getting, right? This is what we are getting. Now let me change or let me show over here as to how can you switch the profiles. So I'll come over here to config demo and application YAML, and I'll switch over to dev over here. This is dev. Okay. Now if I switch over to dev, let me restart the application. So dev related settings should be loaded from the config server, and I can show you that. So if you scroll up over here, okay, you will see somewhere over here, the following one profile is active. Which one is it? Dev, right? And it is fetching the config server from the server at localhost, which makes sense. Okay. And everything has been fetched. If you come over here now, and if I refresh this, you should see dev related settings. You can see 2020 2000 dev, right? And this is coming in from the dev file over here, right? I hope this is making sense and you're having fun. You can even update it to that of prod over here, and you will see prod related settings come up. You can see. So let me start over here. So it started. You come over here, and you'd like to refresh. You can see 3030 3000 prod over here. Okay, and this is from prod. You can see, right? Now there is a way wherein you can set the config server settings to that of optional. So there will be scenarios wherein you might not be able to access config server. Config server is down for some reason. So you don't want the application to crash, right? So let me show you a scenario. Let me simulate this, or let me go to services over here. I'll say add service, and I'll say add configuration type as application. So you can see 2 services have been added over here. Okay. Since we are running 2 applications, you can also manage the services from here, but I prefer this approach. You can see logs also in one window. Okay. So let me stop the config server. I'll stop the config server. So let's say config server is down. Now let me start the config demo application. Let us see what happens. Right. You can see it crashed. Okay. Let me scroll up. Let me show you the error as well. The error is obvious. Okay. Could not locate this property resource, and you can see application run failed for Spring Cloud or Spring Framework Cloud Config Client. Okay. And it says could not locate property source and resource is not optional. So you see this resource is not optional. What does this mean? You have the ability to mark the resource as optional. So you can come over here. You can say optional over here, optional keyword. Now what does optional keyword do? It says that this config server is optional. Okay, if it's not found and if you're not able to locate this server, don't just wait for it and load the default configuration. Now what does default configuration mean? The configuration which is defined in the application itself. So here in config demo, we have some configuration like application dev prod, application prod. So that will be loaded if you mark this as optional. So I'll start the config demo. You can see over here. You can see. So now it started once I marked it as optional. So if you scroll up, let me scroll up. Let me show you this. I'll just reduce the size of this so that you can see it clearly. So see, the application started. It tried fetching the configuration from this server, right? First, it set the profile to that of active. Why? Because we have it set over here. Okay. And if you scroll up, you can see prod is set. Then it tried to fetch the data from here. So it threw an exception. It printed the exception as well. IO get requests. We could not locate the resource. It says IO error on get request for this particular URL. Connection refused. We'll be trying the next URL if available. Okay. Then what happened is it threw the error. Then it tried again. You can see over here how many times it has tried. It tried 2, 3, 4 times. Okay. Here you can see those number of times it tried. And then in the end, what it did is it basically made use of the configurations that are available locally in the application, and it did not stop the application from starting. Earlier, when we didn't add this optional property, what happened is the application crashed because this was not optional. This is compulsory. Now you marked it as optional. So what will happen is it will make use of this. Okay, it will make use of probably prod. So you have this prod profile locally as well, right? So this is production build 101, 123. So this is most likely loaded. And if you come over here, okay, if you refresh this, you can see 101, 123 production build. So this local configuration, which is there in the config demo, that is loaded and shown, right? Instead of fetching things from the config server. So I hope this is making sense as to what is happening, why it is happening. My goal is not just to show you a few settings and just run away, I want you all to understand as to what is happening, why it is happening, what are the different settings. So based on your project requirements, if config server is not optional and not mandatory in your project, but it's good to have, you can have optional property over there and you don't want to stop your application if config server is not available, right? So in that case, you have optional to be marked. But if you don't want this to be marked optional, if config server is mandatory, then you get rid of that optional, right? And I showed you both the behaviors and how things work, right? So I hope this is useful and I hope you have been able to follow along. So it's time that we talk about refresh scope with Actuator with respect to Spring Cloud Config Server. All right. Now here I have this controller in my config demo application wherein I have this build info controller wherein I'm getting the values using the value annotation. And I'm not making use of build info class over here. So there is this build info class that you can go to over here, wherein you are making use of configuration properties annotation, and we are linking it with the prefix build. Okay, I'm not using this. I'm making use of value annotation, and I'm making use of get mapping over here to get the details. Okay, if you're making use of build info, then this is how you can make use of build info to display the details that we are displaying in the same way over here. Okay. Now what I'm going to demonstrate is I'm going to demonstrate the refresh scope. So in Spring Cloud Config Server setup, refresh scope is used to refresh the beans and reload the configuration properties from the config server without restarting the server. Now this is particularly useful in a microservices architecture where dynamic configuration changes are needed without any sort of downtime. Now imagine this here, if we make any sort of changes over here. So if I make any sort of changes over here to the Git, okay, if I make any sort of update. Now, if you change any sort of values, you will have to update the config server and you will also have to restart. So you'll have to restart the config server and the client application as well for the changes to reflect over here. Okay. So this downtime, there will be a downtime of some time, right? Now, this is not acceptable in production. So there is this refresh scope using which you can refresh the bean and reload the configuration from the config server without restarting. But for that, you will have to add one dependency and enable one thing over here, which is a Spring Boot Actuator. So I'll come over here and I will head over to start.spring.io over here. Okay, I'll make sure I select Maven, and I'll add this dependency Actuator over here. Okay, I'll go to explore. We'll have to add the Actuator in the client over here. So I'll just copy this Actuator. You can see this. This is the dependency. I'll copy this. I'll come over here. I'll head over to pom.xml of the client, which is config demo. This is the pom.xml. And over here, I'll paste this dependency. Now, the moment I paste this dependency, I'll have to refresh or reload the Maven changes so that the dependencies are fetched locally. Right? This is done. Now, one more thing I need to do. I need to enable refresh scope. Right? And I also need to add one sort of property in the application.properties. Okay. So what I'm going to do is first I'll go to application.properties. So this is config demo and application.yaml within that. So I'll add one property over here. The property is the property is management over here. So this is the property for Actuator. So I'll say management, endpoints, web, I'll say exposure, and I'll say include refresh, something like this. So if you are making use of application.properties instead of YAML configuration, you can say management.endpoints.web.exposure.include is equal to refresh in that case. Okay. Now here we are mentioning this property, which means we are exposing this refresh endpoint, and then you can come over here to the controller. So this is the bean that you want to refresh if there is any config changes, right? So I'll add refresh scope over here. So this is how I'll add it. I'll say refresh scope. You can see this refresh scope annotation, and it will get added over here, right? Now what I will do is I will first start my config server. Okay, let me start the config server, and then I'll also start the config demo application. So let me start the config demo. Which profile is active over here? So you can see this prod profile is active. Okay, which means like from Git, if you scroll up over here, you can see over here the profile prod is active, and it is fetching in the prod profile from GitHub. So if you come over here, if you go to GitHub over here, if you refresh this, so you'll see this is what is being fetched. And here, if you come, this thing is being fetched from GitHub, right? Now let's say I make a change over here. Okay, I say update it over here. I add updated over here, something like this. I've updated the name, right? Let me comment this. Now the thing is, if you refresh over here, these changes are not reflected, right? These changes are not reflected. Why? Because the configuration is not refreshed. So in order to trigger refresh, what you need to do is you need to make a post request to a URL on Actuator. So if you come over here, I have this request created. Okay, so here you can see in the postman, I've added this endpoint, which is localhost 8080. Okay, and this 8080 is for the application where I've added the Actuator /Actuator/refresh. If you remember, I am enabling this refresh endpoint, and I've selected post over here. So there nothing needs to be in the body and all. Okay, it's a post request, and it's not a get request for security reasons. Okay, because if it's a get request, you can directly hit this in the browser. So it's a post request. So the moment I say reload over here, it is going to refresh the configuration. Now before triggering this, what I will do is I'll just clear all the console logs and let me refresh then. I'll say refresh. Now the moment I refresh, I'll get a response over here which says config client version and the build name is updated. The build name is updated. You can see over here. The build name is something which we actually updated over here. Okay. So it says that build name is updated, and that is why it is giving you that property back in the response. If you had updated 3 things, it would have given you 3 things in the response. Now if you see over here, you will see the moment you triggered refresh over here, you can see over here, config server, fetched for remote main and found 1 updates. You can see this is what is fetched. Okay, and you'll see like the data appear over here. And if you go to config demo, you will see over here. Okay, you can see here, these are the logs. So you can see over here, things have worked, and you get this client version, and then you get build name. This is the refreshed property, refreshed key over here. Okay, so this is done, and now if you come over here and if you refresh this, you will see updated appear. Now the thing is, did we restart our application? Not really. We did not restart. We just did a refresh trigger or a request to the refresh endpoint of the actuator on our config client, right? We did not restart anything, neither config server nor the client. Okay, so that's the benefit over here. Without any downtime, you were able to update the information and you were able to update and reload the configuration. So what are the benefits over here? The benefits of using refresh scope is it allows you to do dynamic configuration updates, right? So you can update it on runtime without needing to restart the application. Improved availability, so there is no need to take your service offline and then restart it. So there is high availability. Application is up and running, serving the users, and then suddenly the configuration is refreshed. Okay, so downtime is also reduced, and there is a central management, because things are working with config server, and it's there in place, right? So everything is everything is centralized, and it's working fine. So that's the benefit of refresh scope, and I hope this is clear to you all as to how you can make use of Actuator's refresh scope to enable to basically enable yourself to reload the configurations without doing a server restart. So now it's time that we talk about how can we access configurations from the private GitHub repository. Now there will be scenarios wherein instead of having a public repository, so this is a public repository, instead of having a public one, you might want to have the configuration over a private one, because having things publicly accessible this way on GitHub could expose security risk, and you'll be like, hey, why should I have my configurations publicly available for everyone to see? Because right now we don't have any sensitive stuff over here, but configuration means you might have sensitive stuff like database credentials, client secret, and secret keys or anything like that, So it's best to know how you can create a private GitHub repository that you can link to your application and config server, and basically your application should be able to work with it, right? Now to do this, first what we will do is we will basically convert this particular repository to that of private one. So we'll go to settings over here. So just click on the settings inside your repo over here. You will be taken to this repo setting, scroll down, and here in the danger zone, you will see change repository visibility. The repository is currently public. So I'll say change the visibility, change to private. It's asking me that, hey, do you want to change it to private? I'll say yes, I want to make this repository as private. It is giving you some sort of warnings, there will be some sort of thing over here, like you will lose stars and watchers and all of this. Okay, so I'll say, okay, I understand and it's fine. Just make it private. Okay, so I'll say, okay. There are tons of confirmation that it asks you because, it's a destructive action, right? Destructive in a way, like if there's a public repository, then there are any sort of forks or any sort of stars or watchers of it there. Those all things will be reset, and if you then change it back to public, it's impossible to restore them. So that is why GitHub gives you these kind of warnings over here. But with our repository, we don't have any. Don't need to worry about anything of this sorts, right? So now this is a private repository, as you can see over here. Now the question is, how do you make sure that your application accesses this? Because if you start the application now, it won't connect. So if I start the config server, it won't connect to this repository. Okay, you will get an error. So you can see over here, I started the application. If you scroll up, okay, so config server, what happened? So here you can see HTTP initialized. Okay, so it switched over to default over here, and it's basically not able to connect to the remote repository. Okay, it won't work. And now if I start the config demo application, let me start. So you can see over here, and here, let me see if I see any sort of log. You can see the logs. Okay, authentication is required, but no credentials have been registered. Okay, so you can see these sort of errors when I started the client application, and when client application started requesting for the the configuration from the config server, you started getting these errors, because it's a private repository now, and you cannot access it publicly, right? So there are credentials needed. Now, how do you set these? So I'll come over here. Okay, you need to head over to GitHub settings. So you need to go to the profile. Under profile, you'll see something called as settings. So open this in new tab. I'll open this over here. Scroll down. Okay. Here you'll see something called as developer settings. Go over here to developer settings. And then what you need to do is here you have access to personal access token. So click on this, right? And here we need to create the access tokens. Okay. Now before creating the access token, what I will do is I'll add a few properties over here. So we'll need to set some properties before we make use of access token. So I'll go to config server. Let me go to config server and I'll go to the application.yaml of config server here. Now here is where I've added this URI. Now after this URI, I'll say user name over here and I'll say password over here, something like this. Okay. Now what is the username? Username for me is, you can see over here, this should be my username. So courses.faisal over here. This is my username. I'll copy this. I'll add the username over here. Okay. And I won't add it over here like this. I'll just say something like this. I'll say git user. Okay. And I'll come over here and I'll add this as env over here. So for the server, I'll say git underscore user and I'll add the username like this. Okay. Now for token also, I'll add something like this. So I'll say git token and I'll paste the token over here, whatever token we generate. Okay. So I'll add it over here and this value is empty right now, but I'll say apply. I'll say okay. Okay. And git token will come over here. Okay. So if you don't want these sensitive information to commit, you can make use of these sort of external variables and you can set it dynamically using IntelliJ. Because I'm committing my source code, I don't want to get these things exposed. Okay. So I'm just demonstrating as to how you can also do it. Now come over here. Okay. And you say generate a new token. You'll see this form. What is this token name? So you can say config server demo token. You can call it whatever you want to. Okay. I'm just doing a demo. So I'm saying config server demo token. Who is the resource owner? What is the expiration? I'll set this to 7 days. Scroll down. You can add a description for later reference as to what is this token for. I won't add this. Now here it's saying what sort of access you want to give to this token. Whether it's public repositories only selected repositories, or you want to give it for all repositories. I'll just select all repositories, but you can even select only selected repositories. So for example, over here, you can select like app configuration, right? So using this token, you will only be able to access this particular repository. So I'll just select this. You can even select all repositories depending on how you want to be, how you want to take it ahead. But I will select app configuration because this is much more secure. And if this token gets leaked, only you will be able to access this app configuration and not all the repositories. Okay. Now scroll down, any sort of permissions and all you want to take a look at, you can do so. And then you say generate token. Now whatever token you get over here, okay, you add it over here in edit configurations, and over here you can add it. Or you can even hard code it over here. It's totally your choice, but I'll be adding it in the environment variables field over here. Okay. So let's do that. Now I do have added the token. So the token was generated on GitHub. And remember that when you generate the token, it's generated only once, you know. So you have to save it. You won't be able to see it again. So save it on your local machine at some secured places. Okay. And be sure to generate the token. Okay. One more thing that I want to highlight in the setting. So one setting I want to highlight over here, the moment you select the repository over here, okay, you need to come over here, scroll down, and here, just before content, okay, here content. So here if you hover on this, okay, oops, so you'll be taken to the about page. Okay, we don't want to go to about page, but you can read more about it. But here you see repository contents, commits, branch. So you can read all of this. So right now it's selected to no access. So I'll select this to read only. I want to be able to access the repository contents, commits, branch, because I don't need commits and everything over here. I just need contents because the configuration is being stored in the content, right? So make sure you select read only over here, and then you basically generate the content or generate the token. I'm sorry, not content, generate the token. Okay. Now, once you have done this, be sure to add the token at the right place, and then what we can do is we can run the application. Okay, so I'll just restart the config server.
Let us see what happens if we restart. Okay, let me take a look at this window. Server is restarted. Let me try starting the config demo application. So let us see what happens now. Okay, ideally we should not get any sort of errors because we are hard coding or we are adding the token as well, and the repo is private. Despite that, we won't get any issues. You can see over here. So the configuration is successful. You can see there are no sorts of issues here, right? And it's a private repo if you see. So let me refresh. You can see here it's a private repo. Okay. Now let me come over here. First, let us see which profile is active. So here you can see the active profile is prod. So let us see what is there in prod. Okay. So in prod there is 3030, 3000 and updated. Okay. So here if you come, let me refresh. 3030, 3000 and then you have prod git production build. That is what you have. Okay. So it's working absolutely fine, and it is fetching the data from the GitHub repo. And one major thing that we did over here is we made our repository private. Okay, so just remember all the settings that I did over here. One setting was basically to give access only to the selected repository. You can even select all repositories. There is no harm. But if you want to be more secure and just want to restrict that token to just one repository, that is this one, you can do so. If you have tons of applications that you're working on, you might not want to give this particular token access to all repository, right? So you can do that. And under permissions, under content, you have to select read only. So that is something you need to do so that it can read the content of the repos. That is something, that is why we are assigning that permission. Okay. Otherwise you might face some bit of issue because the permission is not there. Okay. But right now you can see how we are able to access the private repository. And this way we are not even hard coding the credentials. So here, if you take a look at our application, I'm not hard coding my credentials, right? My credential is added over here in the run configurations, if you see, okay, like the run configurations, and here I'm just adding the variables, right? And if you're not making use of Git, or if you're not committing your source to Git, you can hard code the credentials over here, but I prefer not to do that. Okay, so it's an individual choice, and I hope you have been able to follow along as to how you can make sure that your application points to a private Git repository. This was important, and I hope you found this valuable. So right now, what we need to do is we are going to talk about how you can make use of databases to store the configuration with Spring Cloud Config Server. So Spring Cloud Config Server allows you to store configuration in Git, local files, and databases, right? So why store configuration first of all in a database? Okay, while Git-based storage is commonly used, storing configurations in database is also a thing, and it has advantages like dynamic updates. Okay, so there is if you change anything in database, okay, you can you see it reflecting on the config server. You can have a security and access control. Okay, so there are quite a few benefits, and it's also a preference wherein companies might want to make use of a database that they are already using for storing the configurations. Okay, so let me demonstrate this. Now there are several databases that you can use: MySQL, PostgreSQL, H2 database. You can make use of Oracle as well, but I'll make use of MySQL, which I already have installed onto my system. Now you can get MySQL installed onto your system using Docker, or you can just go to MySQL website and you can get the MySQL Workbench, which is the MySQL interface. Okay, you can see over here, it's a MySQL graphical user interface tool. So you can get this, or you can go to the Docker. Okay, and you can basically have Docker desktop installed onto your system, and you can run MySQL from there as well. So there are multiple ways in which you can start MySQL onto your machine. Okay, but once you have MySQL installed over here, I'm going to connect to MySQL instance over here. So I'm connected over here. You can see. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is over here, we are going to set up a database. Okay. So I'm going to set up a database, and then what we will do is, with the help of our application, we will connect to this database. So I'll create a new schema over here. I'll say config db over here, something like this, config db. Okay, and I'll say apply. And let's say this is the configuration database that we want to work on. Okay, so I'll close this, and you'll see the config db over here. Okay, so it does not have any sort of tables right now,
But what I will do is I'll start a query editor over here. So I'll say start a new query editor. Okay. And I have some queries already written over here. Okay. So you can see over here, I have created this query. So you don't have to type in. Okay. You can take a look at this query and you can see what all I'm creating over here. So first I am creating the table properties, and you can see over here, I am basically having an ID. I'm having the application name. So if you are working on a microservice architecture, you will have many applications working, right? So you can store the application name in this field. You have profile. You might want to enable multiple profiles. You have labels, okay, corresponding to that particular profile. You have the prop key. Basically, the key is basically the key. Okay, you know, if you're storing a property like build.id, so that becomes the key, and build.id has a value of 100, so that becomes the value. So this is prop key and prop value. Then you have created at and updated at. Okay, and here I'm inserting a few records, like I'm saying insert into properties, where I'm inserting these fields. So I'm saying config demo. So this is the name of our application. Make sure this matches your application name. I have prod, profile and dev profile, and I'm inserting main in the profile over here, like label over here. I have build ID, build version, build name and build type, something like this. And then I have the corresponding values over here. Okay, so these are the values that I'm adding. Now what I will do is I'll copy this thing, this entire thing, and I'll come over here and I'll paste it over here in the query editor. Okay, so I've added this, and then at the top I'll make sure I add one more line. So we need to say use, and I'll say config db, because this is just a query editor that we have started. So I need to tell MySQL that, hey, use this DB first. So I'll just run this. You can see config DB has been executed. Then I'll select this and I'll run this. So you can see the table properties is created. You can view the table over here. Let me refresh. You can see the table properties. Now let me insert some data. So I'll insert all this data and I'll say run. So you can see all the data was inserted, all green marks. And if you say, if you basically come over here and say select rows, you'll see all the rows appear over here. So there are in total 4 records that we have got over here. But one second, so there are more than 4 records. So here I can see only dev being executed. So only dev profile is inserted. So let me select prod again and let me run this. So you can see prod was also inserted, and now if I run this, you can see dev and prod appear. Okay, so there was some problem in executing the queries. I did not do a proper selection, and that is why only dev was executed. But I would recommend you select them separately and run it, or you can run the entire script using this button. Okay, so if you are making use of MySQL Workbench, this is how you will execute the queries. But if you are using something like PHP MyAdmin or any other UI, there will be the corresponding buttons which you can make use of. Okay, but this is a script. So you have to create tables like this according to your requirements and then insert data this way. All right. Now, once this is done, what we need to do is we need to create a database connection from our Spring config server, right? Spring Boot config server. And then we have to load this configuration into the server. So I'll come over here to our application. Let's head over to Spring Cloud config server. And here in Spring Cloud config server, first of all, we will have to add the dependency, right? So there is only one dependency right now, which is a Spring Cloud config server. So let me add one more dependency. What I will do is I'll switch over to browser over here, and here I'll come to Spring Initializer. Okay. Now in Spring Initializer, I'll get rid of this Actuator dependency. I already have it open over here. So I'll open this. Oops. So I'll open this and I'll say JDBC. Okay. So you can see over here, this is the Spring JDBC API. Okay. This is one. And then you have Spring Data JDBC. All right. So what I need is we need this Spring Data JDBC. Okay. So this is also being added. All right. So let me check what exactly we need. Okay. So when you search for JDBC, just select this first one and not the second one. So not the Spring Data JDBC one, but the first one, JDBC API. And this is the database connectivity API that defines how a client may connect and query a database. So this is what we need. And we need one more thing. We need MySQL, because we are making use of MySQL driver, right? Sorry, we are not making use of MySQL driver. We are making use of MySQL database, right? So we need the MySQL driver in our application. Now, if you are making use of PostgreSQL database, be sure to have PostgreSQL driver. If you're making use of H2, you'll need to add the H2 related dependency. So I'll select this. You have this MySQL driver. Just go to explore, and if you scroll down, you'll see these couple of dependencies over here. So Spring Boot, Starter JDBC, then you have MySQL connector. So I'll copy these two. Okay, be sure to copy it properly. Okay, come over here to your application and just paste it over here. And just reload the Maven changes. Now, when you reload the Maven changes, the dependencies are downloaded and added to your application. Now, what you need to do is you need to head over to your main over here, go to application.yaml here. And here we will start working on the changes over here. Okay, so I'll do a few changes over here. I'll just comment all of this first of all. Okay, let me comment here like so. And here I'll say Spring under Spring I need, okay, or let me type it in separately over here. Okay, so I'll come over here. I'll say Spring. I'll get an error on Spring for duplicate key over here, which is fine because Spring is present here as well. Just ignore this for a while. Okay, Spring. I'll say we need profiles. Okay, actives, and I'll say JDBC over here. Okay, we are working on the JDBC profile now. I'll say data source over here. Now, what is the data source? So I'll say URL over here. Then I need username. Then I need password over here. Something like this. And I also need driver, class and name over here. Something like this. So MySQL related configurations is what we'll add. Now URL over here is JDBC. I'll say colon MySQL. And then I'll say colon 2/. I'll say localhost over here colon 3306 over here. Okay. Then I'll say config DB over here. Okay. This is the name of the database that you have. What is the username? So you can add the username and the password over here, whatever you have the username. So I'll say root, and my password is my new pass @123. Okay. Now let us add the driver class name. So I'll say com.mysql.cj.jdbc.driver. D will be capital for driver. So I'll add this. Okay, this is done. Now what I need to do is I'll come over here, and I'll say cloud config. I'll say server. I'll say JDBC. And here I'll write the SQL. Now what SQL I need to mention over here? Okay. So the SQL I need to add over here is the SQL basically that we will trigger to our database to get the data from the table. Okay. Now here I'm going to add the select query. So I'm going to say select. Okay. Prop key over here. So this is one, and let me actually form the query on the query editor in the MySQL database. So I'll come over here. Okay, and here only I'll run this query. I'll form this query. So I'll say select prop key. Okay, I'll say prop underscore value. Okay, and I'll say from properties. So properties is the table name. Okay, I'll say where over here, where application is equal to whatever values you want to add, and profile is equal to question mark, and label is equal to question mark. Something like this. So this is the query over here. Okay, now you can pass in whatever value you want. So for this I'll say config demo over here. Okay, and for profile I'll say, what is the profile? So profile I can say dev over here, and for label over here you can say main. Okay, now if you run this, you should ideally be seeing the data for config demo dev profile, okay, having label main. So let me run this. So you can see over here, this is what you get, right? Now I'll take this entire query over here. I'll come into my source code. I'll paste it over here. Okay, but we need to make one change. Okay, so here you cannot have this hard-coded, hard-coded values over here. So instead of this, I'll add a question mark like so. Okay, here also instead of dev, I'll add question mark. Okay, I'll scroll to the right. Here also, I'll add a question mark, something like this, and I'll get rid of this semicolon. This is not needed here. So this is the query in a single line, right? And what I will do is I will go to the next line. Let me add default label over here. Default label is main over here, right? So this is done. This is what we need over here. I'm getting this error of duplicate key over here. So I'll get rid of this Spring over here and I'll move this entire thing. I'll cut this entire thing and I'll move it over here just below Spring, something like this, right? So I've commented the Git part over here. I'll get rid of this. I've commented this Git part. So this was the Git part that I've commented. And instead of Git URI, Cloud Config Server Git URI, here you have Cloud Config Server JDBC SQL, right? So with Git, you need to specify the URL of the Git repository. With JDBC, you need to specify the SQL query along with the connection details at the top. This is done, right? Now what we need to do is let us try running the application. Now, what do you think would happen? Let us see. So I'll go to services. I'll restart this application. Let me see what happens. So either, let us see if we get any sort of issues as such. We don't get any sort of issues, right? Everything is fine. So if you scroll up over here, you will see the profile active is JDBC. Okay, so it's working fine. Now let me run this config demo application. Now it will try to fetch the configuration from the config server. And let us see if we get any sort of issues over here. We don't get any sort of issues. You can see over here. So it's working fine. Everything worked fine. You can see it fetched the data from the config server. There were no errors on the stack trace. And when it fetched the data from the config server, you can see here, it started the application. And after this, whatever logs you are seeing, these logs are coming after the config demo was started. So it queried the config server and you can see over here, it got the data from SQL over here. You can see over here, it got the data. You can see SQL related queries or SQL related logs over here. And then it completed. Now let me come over here. Okay. Let me refresh. So you can see over here, build 101, version is 123, and this is coming in from database. 101, 123, and database production build. Okay, you can see over here, it's completely what we are getting in. So you can see over here, if you come here, okay, just see over here. So this is which one is it loading over here? So if I go to properties table, okay, there is database production. Base production. Okay. Now over here, we are seeing these prod related configurations being added, right? Why are we seeing these prod related values coming in and being fetched? This prod related things, these 4 things are being fetched, right? And this is prod related settings over here. Why are we seeing this? Because if you come over here, let's go to config demo. So config demo is our client. If you go over here to application YAML, you will see the profile that is activated is prod. So if I change this to dev and if I restart config demo, let me restart config demo. Okay. So I've restarted config demo now. If you come over here, let us refresh. You can see development build. And now you can see this is being fetched from here, right? This is the thing that is being fetched. Okay. So depending on your profile in the client application, the corresponding profile is being fetched from the database, and you can see that over here as well. Okay. Every time you change something, it is fetching the data and displaying it because of this query over here. Okay. So I hope this has been clear so far. Now, one more thing I'll tell you, why have we added this profiles JDBC over here? So JDBC profile over here in Spring Cloud Config Server explicitly activates the JDBC profile, which ensures that the configuration specific to the JDBC profile is applied. Okay, and this is necessary because I'll tell you, default behavior of Spring Cloud Config Server is supporting configuration from multiple sources. So it can allow you or your application to fetch configuration from things like JDBC, Git repositories, and by default, it attempts to use Git as the configuration source unless you specified otherwise. Okay. Then normally there are profile related and configurations as well, which you can manage from the client as well. Okay. But talking about this profile, we are mentioning explicitly. And the reason we are mentioning is because if we don't specify the active profile, the config server defaults to the Git configuration. Okay. So that is something you need to remember. So by specifying this explicitly, you are activating the JDBC configuration, and then it looks for the JDBC connection over here, the connection details, and then it looks for the SQL query over here. And based on this, it will connect to the database and it will pull the configuration from the database. instead of trying to make use of any other source of config like Git. Okay. So I hope this is pretty much clear as to how you can, how you can get this setup up and running. And I hope this has been useful. Now let us talk about encrypting and decrypting values. So by default, Spring Cloud Config Server exposes encrypt and decrypt endpoint. Okay. And encrypt and decrypt endpoint makes use of AES encryption. Now, what is AES encryption? So let us talk about AES encryption and let us understand in short as to what it means. So yes, what is AES encryption? So AES encryption is basically a secure way to lock and unlock data using a secret key. Okay. Now this is a secret key. It's like having a password protected safe where the same password is used to lock, meaning encrypt, and unlock, meaning decrypt the safe. Okay. So this is what AES is, and AES stands for Advanced Encryption Standard. Okay. In simple terms. So that is what AES is in a nutshell. Now let me give you a quick overview of how AES works in a very simple and easy to understand manner. So first of all, let's say you have a message and this is your password that you want to encrypt, So you want to encrypt this using an AES key. Okay, so you will have to make use of an AES key. Now this is the key that is secret to yourself, and this is an example of a key that exists. Okay, so it's like a key that you have, and you have this message. So you have these two things. Now AES will encrypt this message. Okay, and it will convert this into a randomly looking text. Okay, and then to read the message again, you have to make use of the same AES key to decrypt it back. So you'll get this my secret password, which was the password that existed. Okay, you can think of it as an algorithm that exists. Okay, which does the job of encrypting and decrypting the message. There are so many algorithms in the market. Okay, and this is one of them. And there are few features of AES. Okay, so one is it's fast and secure. It is being used by banks, governments, and even apps, or popular apps. Okay, so it's fast and secure. It uses a fixed length key, meaning 128-bit, 192-bit, or 256-bit. So either of these length is what you can provide. It makes the use of same key for encryption and decryption. So it supports symmetric encryption. Okay, so AES is commonly used in Spring Cloud Config Server to protect sensitive configuration values like passwords and API keys by default. Okay, so this is something that you need to understand. All right, and I hope this is clear as to what AES is and how it works. Okay, so I'll come over here to my application again. If you take a look at my application, it is connected or it is configured to work with database. Okay, and what I will do over here is, like I said, AES needs a key. So I'll add a key over here. Okay, you can see this is a key that I've added. You can like pause the video and get the same key. Okay, or you can like make use of own by changing a few letters here and there. Okay, but for learning purpose, I'm going to make use of this key. Okay, and now I'll make use of the default exposed endpoints when it comes to config server. So I'll restart the application over here. Okay, config server application. Let me restart. Let us see. So the application is started now. Let me head over to, let's say, Postman over here. Okay, now here in Postman, I will say localhost : or let me take this URL over here. Okay, this is not what I need, but I actually have a template now. I'll say 888 4 times over here because this is where my config server is running, and I'm simply going to make use of encrypt. Okay, encrypt, something like this. Okay, now here in header, I will say, I'll say content type. Okay, content type over here, something like this, and here I'll say text plain over here. This is what I'll say. And here in the body, I'll pass in any value that I need to encrypt over here. Okay, so let us come over here. So here we are getting this value, database development build server DB, right? I'll copy this. Let's encrypt this. Okay, and this is for which profile? So let me check the profile as well. So here, if you see config demo, dev is being active over here, right? So this is for dev profile. So what I will do is I'll encrypt this build information. I'll say send, And the moment so I get this error which says 405 method not allowed. So it should be a post request. So I forgot mentioning this. It should be a post request to this endpoint, encrypt. This is by default exposed. You don't have to do anything to get this exposed. Okay. You add this message, whatever message you want to encrypt, and make sure this is the header. Just add the message in the body and just send it. Now you'll get this randomly generated string. Okay, over here. Copy this. Now come over here. Let us take a look at the stack trace and let us see if there is any sort of stack trace that is generated. So you can see over here, there is something that is encrypted. So first we did a get call, so it did not work, and that is also printed over here. Request method get is not supported. And then you can see there was an encryption that was being done over here. Okay, so encryption is done, it's successful. Now what I will do is I will encrypt this and I'll add this in the database, because right now it's configured with database, right? So I'll come over here and the build name is the encrypted value, right? So what I will do is I'll come over here and I'll add this data over here. Now when adding the data, what you need to do is you need to add this over here. So you need to add these two curly braces. You need to say cipher over here, which means that this value that you are adding right now is encrypted. Okay, so I'll just paste the encrypted value. So you can see what I added the encrypted value, and before that I added this cipher within curly braces. Now what this cipher means? It means that this value that you are adding over here is encrypted. Okay, so you have to add this cipher prefix within curly braces like you're seeing on the screen, and this tells Spring Boot config server that hey, this property is encrypted and it distinguishes this one from the hard-coded ones. Okay, so this needs to be decrypted. That is how Spring Boot config server will understand that this needs to be decrypted and this is not readable right now. Okay, I'll say apply, and you can see the insert query, like the update query being generated. I'll say apply. I'll say finish. So this is done. Okay, this is applied. If you run this query, select star, you'll see this is updated. Now let us come over here. Okay, I have restarted the application. Let us come over here and let me try accessing the build info endpoint. You can see still I'm getting this same thing over here. Okay, let me restart both the applications so that it's clear to you. So I'll restart config server first. Let me restart config server. Okay, and let me restart the config demo, which is the client basically that will connect to the config server. Okay, so if you come over here, okay, so I get this error over here. What is this error? Let me see. Okay, so I got this error because of one thing over here. Okay, because of this. So the thing is, I have added this over here, user and password, and this is not configured in the environment variable. So I need to come over here and I need to add that. Okay, so let me do that as well. Okay. So I did configure the username and password properly now, and you can see over here, it is now able to establish the connection. It's working fine. Okay. Now let me restart the config demo over here, which is the client. Okay. This should ideally work fine now. So you can see it is up and running. Okay. Now let me come over here and let me refresh this. So now if I refresh, you can still see it is showing me the plain text, which is database development build server DB. Okay. How is this working? So Spring Boot config server is decrypting it internally for us because it has the key, right? Now if you come over here, let me create one more request over here and I'll paste the same URL over here. Let me paste the same URL and let me update this to decrypt. Okay, I'll show you how this can be decrypted now. Okay, and I'll come over here to header. Let me say content type text and plain. Okay, I'll say content. Okay, content hyphen type over here, and I'll say text plain. Okay, this is how I'll specify. And now I'll copy this over here. I'll come over here and I'll go to body. I'll say raw. I'll paste this. Okay. Okay, we don't need these extra spaces, so you need to be careful about them. I'll say send over here. Okay, method not allowed. I'm sorry, it should be post request again. Send this. Okay, text not encrypted with this key. Okay, it is giving this problem over here. Okay, the problem is probably because I added this should be in the header, right? So I've added this as the key over here, which is not right. So it should be over here. And it will be text plain over here. So I'll say text plain, something like this. right? Let me send this again. Okay, it says it's not encrypted with this key. What is the problem here? Okay, hang in there. So let me see if I'm copying the value properly. So I copied this, okay, and let me copy it properly again. I'll copy it again. I'll paste it over here, and I'll say send. Okay, so it worked fine. So probably because I had pressed backspace over here, and I think one letter got removed. So you have to be really careful if you're copy pasting things like that. You can see over here, this is what the original text is, and decrypt URL is able to decrypt this properly, right? So this is what the body is, you can see. And here you can see it's working absolutely fine. It's like it's not encrypted, you know, but if you take a look at the database, it's actually encrypted over here, right? And it is getting the data from the database. So if you come over here, if you check, you can see config server, it is loading the data from SQL over here. Okay, so let me scroll down. Okay, you can see encryption. So here I am getting this, I got this stack trace over here because the decryption field, right? But if I clear this and if I trigger this again, you can see, oops, so I called the encryption API. I'll run this. And if you come over here, you can see decryption is working fine. You can see, right? So this is working absolutely okay. And you can see over here, even on reload over here, you are seeing the normal text. Okay. So yeah, this is how you can get the data encrypted and decrypted. And this is how it works with Spring Cloud Config Server. And remember, AES is just an algorithm that we saw. Okay, there are differences in how it works. Okay, there is encryption and decryption happening with the same key. So you have to make sure you provide the key and configure it in your Spring Boot application. Now, if you don't want to hardcode key this way, what you can do is you can make use of the external variable, like we are making use of this. Okay, you can make use of that, and you can even get the key out of this. Okay, you don't need to hard code it. We know the ways. You're seeing the ways over here, like how I am externalizing username and password over here, and I'm setting it as environment variables over here, right? So you can do that for the same, or you can store it at some remote location. It's completely okay. So your key is safe. Nobody's aware of what your key is and how it's working. Okay, and hence you can have encrypted data into your application. All right. Now what I can do is I will just copy this information here and I'll update it in the database. I don't want to store encrypted values right now, so I'll get rid of this. Okay, and I'll paste it here. Okay, and I'll say apply. Once I done this, I'll say apply. It will update it for me, and you can see now the data is updated. Okay, it's not encrypted now, right? And now also it will work absolutely fine if you restart everything. So let me restart the config server. Okay, let me also restart the config client over here. So both have started. If you come over here, let me do a refresh. You'll see everything works as normal, right? So yeah, I hope it's clear and I hope you have been able to follow along. So now it's time that we begin talking about how you can make use of Keystore to basically encrypt the data in using the Spring Cloud Config Server. Okay, so the approach we are going to follow is going to make use of Java Keystore to manage an RSA key pair for encrypting and decrypting sensitive properties rather than making use of a AES key string. So AES is also an algorithm which is being used by Spring Boot Config Server by default. Okay, but RSA is also approach wherein you can achieve encryption. So I'm going to cover that. And first of all, let's understand what Keystore and RSA key pair approach is. So here now, let's talk about what RSA and Keystore approach is. So first thing is, what is this approach? So in this approach, instead of using a single plain text key, so in AES based encryption, now AES is an algorithm. Okay, in that there is a plain text key that is normally added into your YAML file, and Spring Cloud Config Server uses that to encrypt and decrypt value. Okay, now adding this in your configuration file is a way, but you know, in this particular approach wherein you make use of Keystore and RSA key pair, this method uses a Keystore, like you can see over here. This method uses a Keystore and which is a secure file that holds encryption keys. So this file, so Keystore is nothing but a file. That is what a Keystore is, and it will hold the encryption key. Now, how do you get this Keystore? So you can generate it with the help of key tool. So key tool is a tool which you can make use of, and you can generate a RSA key pair, and RSA key pair will have two keys. One is the public key and one is the private key. Okay, and these keys will be stored in the Keystore, right? And the key pair, like this key pair of public key and private key, is then used by Spring Cloud Config Server to encrypt and decrypt sensitive data like database password. Now, how does this work? So when talking about its working, the first step is encryption. So whenever you want to secure a particular property, the config server will make use of the public key or the public part of the key that is managed by Keystore to encrypt the value. And then when you want to decrypt it, so during decryption, what would happen is whenever client requests the configuration, the server will make use of the private key to decrypt the property before sending it. Okay. So that is how it works. Now, how is it different from AES, which is Advanced Encryption Standard, which is also a algorithm? So AES over here is like having one master key for the safe. Okay. So safe is nothing but your encrypted data, right? So, or your data that needs to be encrypted. That is what the safe is. And basically there is one master key for encrypting and decrypting, but RSA is like having lock and key pair. So there is one key for that is public key to lock, and there is another private key to unlock. Okay, so that is the thing, and the private key remains secret in the Keystore, while the public key can be used by others if needed for encryption purpose. Okay, so this separation can offer extra security, wherein we are separating both the keys, like public keys and private keys, and yeah, that is what it is. Okay. So that's what we are going to take a look at. Now, what is key tool? So key tool is nothing but a command line utility that is provided with Java Development Kit, which is JDK. And if you're a Java developer, it's likely that you have this JDK installed onto your system. So key tool is a command line utility provided with JDK, and its purpose is to help you create and manage key stores, generate key pairs, and handle digital certificates. So you can make use of Java key tool to generate these key stores that we were talking about. Okay, and why you should use it? Because of security. So it securely stores the encryption keys in the file, so you don't have to hardcode or expose the encryption key in the configuration files. Because with AES you have to hardcode it over there, right? And it's a standard tool. It comes with JDK, so it's widely available and trusted as well. And there is ease of key management, so it simplifies the generating and managing keys with a single command. Okay, so that's how, so that's what we are going to make use of, and that is what, so that is what, so that is what we are going to make use of, and that is what we'll be working with. Now, what we will do is, as a first step, let us head over to our JDK, and let me show you how you can find this key tool on your system. Now here on local machine, okay, I have navigated to where my JDK is. So it is generally in, if you're on Windows, it's generally in on C drive, program files, Java, JDK 23 and bin. And over here, you will, if you scroll down over here, there are tons of files. Okay, so here, if you scroll down, you can see this keytool.exe. So this is the key tool that I'm talking about, and this is what we'll be making use of for generating the Keystore. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say right click over here. I'm going to say open in terminal. So it will open this particular this particular folder in the terminals. Right now, if you see my present working directory, I'm right now in my JDK bin, and I can make use of the key tool over here if I run any sort of commands. Okay, so what we'll be doing is we'll be making use of a command to generate a Keystore. Now you can see over here on my screen, this is a command that we'll be making use of. Let me take you through the command. So it's making use of key tool over here, and it is generating a Keystore file with this name. So this is the name over here. 1 second. So where is the name? This is the name of the Keystore file, config server.jks. And the alias of this is config server key over here. This is what the alias is. Okay. So I'm specifying the alias over here. You can see over here -alias config server key. Okay, and then over here, so let me do one thing. Let me copy this and let me paste it again over here. Okay, and let us go through it one by one. So I'll just press enter. Okay, we'll take a look at everything over here. Okay, so these are all the flags over here. Okay, so you can see over here. Okay, this is the entire command. I've just formatted it well so that I can explain well. So I'm invoking key tool over here. I'm saying generate a key pair. Okay, then I'm saying alias. So this is the alias over here, config server key. Then I'm specifying key ALG. Okay, so I'm specifying the encryption algorithm over here, which is RSA. And then I'm saying dname. So this is the distinguished name, which is a string identifying the key. So I'm specifying this over here. Okay, you can have any sort of distinguishing name over here. Key pass. So key pass is nothing but the password basically for the key. Okay, then you have Keystore. So what is Keystore? Keystore is the file basically which will store the key. Okay, so whatever file name, you can also specify the location over here. If you want to specify E drive over here, something like this, so it will be created in E drive. Okay, you can specify something like this. If you have D drive, you can specify it like this. Okay, store pass. So store pass is the password for the key store. Okay, so key pass is the password for the key and store pass is the password for the key store. Okay, so I hope this is clear. So this is the command that we have taken over here. Okay, now what I will do is I'll come over here to my terminal, and here in this terminal I'll say key. Okay, I'll get this key tool.exe. So this is how it is supposed to be executed, right? And I'll paste the remaining part apart from key tool. So what I will do is I'll simply copy this much over here. Okay, and I'll head over to the terminal. So now here in the terminal, I'll paste this, okay, and I'll change the location of my file over here. So I'll change it to E drive over here. I have an E drive on my system. If you have D drive or if you want to generate in the same folder, you can do that. And I'll just press enter. You can see over here, I got the confirmation, and whatever location you had specified, you have to go there and just take a look at this file. So this file would be generated. You have to take that file and cut it, and you can move it to the resources folder in your Spring Boot application. So I'll quickly do that. So you can see over here, I have added the file over here, right? It is configserver.jks, which was generated on my system. All right. Now what we will do is we will come over here to our application, and here I have this property here, which is making use of AES over here. So I'll just comment this. Okay, I don't need this. Instead, I'll update this property. Okay, so let me say backspace. I'll go over here. Let me say new property over here. So I'll say encrypt. I'll say Keystore, key-store. Now, what is the name of the key store? Where does it reside? So I'll say location over here. And where does it reside? It is config server. Okay, and I'll say .jks. Okay, so I can add path over here. Okay, you can add the path if you are not storing it in the resources folder, but I'm storing it in the resources folder, so it should be able to pick it up from the same folder with the file name itself. I don't need to add path, right? Now here I've added this, and now here I'll say, okay, not over here, but here I'll say password. So what is the password? So it's my pass, right? This is what you had specified when running the command. So this is the key store password, and then you have to specify the alias over here. So alias is config server and -key. All these things you specified over here. Okay, this is done. So you are specifying the location where the key store resides. So full path, enter full path. If you are not pasting it in the same folder, you specify the password for accessing the key store, which is the key store password, and here you have to specify the alias that that can be used to identify the specific key within the key store. Okay, and what I will do is I'll start the config server. Okay, let me go over here. Let me start config server. Let me also start config demo over here, which is the client. Okay, let us see if the server has started without any issues. You can see server started. Check over here. Let me restart config client, because I immediately started after starting the config server. So like config server might not be available when the client started. So just to be sure, I've restarted it. Okay, I've restarted the client and it's also working successfully, or it's also like loaded successfully or working successfully. Now let us come over
here to Postman. Okay, now here in Postman, what I'm going to do is I have this endpoint over here, which is encrypt. Okay, and here in the header, I'm saying content type. Content type is plain text. Okay, so what I will do is here I'll come in body and I'll try to encrypt this. So let me encrypt this. So you can see I got this long, encrypted value. I'll copy this. Okay, and what I will do is I'll come over here. Let us decrypt this. So this is the decrypt endpoint having post request. Header is text plain. Let me paste this over here and let me send this. You can see I'm getting this response over here, right? What you can do is you can make use of these values, this long value, and you can add this long value into the database. So I'll come over here to database and I can update this value over here. So let me update this. I'll first say cipher. So why are we adding cipher? We're adding cipher to tell Spring Cloud config server that, hey, this value is encrypted. Okay, so I'm adding this over here. Okay, so / is being added by default over here like this for new line. I'm not sure if that will create a problem, but I'll still say apply and finish. I won't modify anything, So I've added cipher over here followed by the encrypted text in the dev profile. And I'll come over here and I'll make sure to check if dev profile is loaded. So you can see over here, dev profile is loaded on the client side, which is fine. So now if I try to access, or now let me try to restart the application. So I'll restart the application. Let me see. Let config server fetch the fresh configurations. You can see over here, it loaded. Okay, it loaded. Let me restart this again. Let us see if it's working fine. So encryption and decryption worked fine from the API, like the default endpoint encrypt decrypt. But let us see if it works over here. So I'll come over here. If you come over here on the console, you will see that the dev profile is active. You can see the default profile is dev. Come over here. Let us refresh. We are getting the correct string over here, right? The decrypted string. And you can see over here, you will see some sort of logs over here, which indicates that there was a query being done to the config server. And you can see over here, config server got the data from SQL and it presented it to you. Okay. So encryption and decryption is working fine. How it's working fine? It's working with the help of a separate Keystore. Okay. And that Keystore is helping us have sensitive information like passwords that should never be hard coded. So over here, if you see, we have that Keystore. Okay. Not here, but here. We created this Keystore, which is config server.jks. Okay. That is the extension of a Keystore. And we have added this in the resources folder. Okay. Now this is not hard coded. Now, of course, if you don't want to add it in the project repository, you can store it at some other location or a remote server, and you can add the location of that particular thing over here. Okay. But I've just, for the convenience sake, I've just added it in the resources folder. Okay. But you can change the location. Okay. So that is something you can do. How does this help? This helps you prevent, or this helps you have a separation of secrets. So you can separate the basic sensitive information like passwords and all that should never be hard coded. And you're making use of Spring Cloud config server, and you are securing this information. Okay. You are also encrypting data over here. You have password and all. So this passwords and all you can externalize using environment variables. Okay. And you have the encryption in place now. Now, anyone having access to the database won't be able to read this thing. Okay. But because he won't be able to decipher this, right? Because he does not have access to your keys, right? So your key is everything. Nobody will be able to decipher this. To decipher this or to read this message, you need access to the key. So sensitive information like password, user password that you will store in the database or anything like that, any sort of configuration related information can be stored this way. And I hope this is making sense to you all, right? So this can also be done on Git. Okay. So right now we are taking a look at database, but you can move this configuration to Git and you can switch over to the Git configuration. If you want, I can show that to you as well. Okay. So let me over here, let me just comment this entire thing out over here. So I'll just comment this entire thing out wherein we are connecting to the database, and I'll just enable this thing wherein we are connecting to the Git. Okay. I've done this, right? Now, I don't think there should be any issues. Okay. And where is our GitHub application? So here is our application, GitHub application.
Sorry, not GitHub application, but GitHub repository. Okay. So let me restart now. Let me restart. So config server is being restarted. Let us see what happens. Any sort of issues? Okay. So there is an issue. So it's saying URL attribute is not specified and no embedded data source is configured. Okay. Let me see what's the problem. So here you have cloud config. Okay, 1 second. So what I will do is here I will cut this. Okay, and I'll move this over here. Okay, somewhere over here, like so. Okay, I've added this. Let me run the config server. Let us see if it works this time. Okay, configurations are correct, but there is a problem, I'll tell you. In pom.xml, we have added these two dependencies, like, for SQL. And so these two, one is for JDBC and another one is SQL. So it's expecting this connection. So I'm just commenting this for a while. I'll just reload the config changes. Let me restart the config server now. It should work now because now the dependencies have been unplugged. So whenever you add dependencies, it is expecting some sort of configuration information, thinking that since you've added the database related dependencies, you might want to work with database. So are you forgetting to add the database related information because you have added these dependencies? So it's best you comment this, and you can see the server up and running. And this was one demo of Spring Boot auto configuration in play. Just add the dependencies and just add. It is expecting these connection details over here because dependencies is there. It is looking for connection information, right? So I've commented this. It's working fine, as you can see now. Okay. Now let me add some sort of encrypted information. So what I will do is I'll copy this build name over here for the dev profile. Okay, I'll come over here. I'll go over here to the dev profile and let me add the name over here like this, and this should be in quotes. Okay, so I'll add this. You can see. Okay, let me comment this. Okay, so you can see this is the encrypted information. Okay, I'll start the server again. Let us see any sort of issues we get. Let me see. It should work fine. No issues as such. And then I'll start the, once this is live, I'll start the client. So let me start the client. So now you can see the client is also running, up and running. Okay, it's taking a while. Okay, it started. You can see initialization complete. Let me try to access the API. So here, if you come, let me refresh the build endpoint. You can see over here. So this is coming in from Git now. You can see 2020, something like that. You can see. So all these things we have added on Git, and you can see it's loading the dev profile from Git. And if you refresh this, okay, this here I'll add dev over here. You can see dev. Okay, you can see here, this is decrypted. You can see it's decrypted. You can see. But here you have not added the decrypted value. Anyone accessing this won't be able to read this. He'll be like, what is this? And he won't be able to decrypt this as well because he does not have access to the key. Who has the key? You as a developer has the key, right? You generated the key and you have stored it at a secure location with the password that you remember. No one else knows, right? So you won't be able to get or decipher this information. You have access to this. Okay, and this encrypt decrypt endpoints will also work with Git. Okay, so here you are. I'll show you encrypting again. You can see a new value being generated, and if I paste this over here, this is a new value being the new value being decrypted. Okay, so this is working fine, absolutely fine. So whichever is the source, the point of showing this to you is, whichever is the source, the database is the source of the properties or Git is the source of properties, this is going to work as it is with Spring Cloud config. Don't worry about that, okay? Whether it's database configuration or whatever it is going to work as it is as long as you follow the right syntax over here. The syntax is this way. Cipher without any space, okay? Within curly braces, paste your encrypted data without any space, and it should pick it up in the right way. And you can see it is showing us the decrypted value because it has access to key. All right. I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this has been useful. One last thing I want to tell you is why encryption decryption is important. Why is it important? So you might have already noticed this is not readable, right? Who can read this now? Only you as a developer because you have the key, right? Can anyone in your team come in and see over here, okay, if you're storing some secret keys, like client secrets, client IDs, and some database related credentials for production, can your teammate come and see over here? He can see the value, but he won't. The value won't make sense to him, and it will be like, okay, I don't know what this is. This is gibberish text, right? So he won't be able to make any sense out of this, and this way your value is secure. So first of all, one level of security is you are having this private repo, wherein you are only having limited people access this. So access is also in your control. Second is here you have encrypted values. So that is another layer of security, right? And if you're making use of database, same goes with database. Database is also private database. It will be within a firewall, right? Only limited set of people can access it. And over and above, within that limited set of people, you have encrypted value. So they cannot decrypt it. So that's another layer of security, right? So that's how you can secure configurations. And I hope you understood the value of why this is important and why you should learn about it. I hope this has been useful and valuable. So now it's time that we begin talking about file-based configuration. So Spring Cloud Config Server can be configured to fetch configurations from a remote repository, a remote GitHub repository, and you can even configure it to work with database. And likewise, you also have an option wherein you can store the configuration files on your local machine on config server within the config server project. Okay, and it can look for those particular paths, and it can scan the files and load it as configuration files. Okay, it's a powerful feature that allows your files like application YAML or application properties to be stored locally. Okay, so what I'm going to do is here, we are going to come over here, and here I'm going to, let's say I come over here in config server and I create a new directory over here, and I'm going to call this directory as config. Okay, now this directory is going to have all the configurations, okay, of all the services that exist in the network. Okay, so what I can do is I'll come over here and I'll copy this application YAML, dev and prod over here, and I'll come to config server, and within config I'll paste them. Okay, now when pasting them, what I will do is I will rename them to the name of the application. So I'll say this has to be config demo over here. Okay, I'll just copy this name. Okay, something like this. And here I'll say refactor. I'll rename this, and it has to be config demo refactor. Okay, and here also I'll just do this refactoring. Okay, I'll rename this. Okay, now since we are refactoring this, okay, we don't need the local files over here, so we can get rid of these local files. Okay, I'll get rid of dev and prod over here. I'll get rid of them. Okay, and here I can get rid of all the, so I can get rid of these configurations that are additional over and above, but I'll just keep it for now. Okay, I'll just close this file. Okay, now coming over here, okay, let me open the config server application.yaml. So this is the application.yaml from config server. Now here we need to tell config server that, hey, you need to make use of the local file system to load the configuration files. So first of all, I'll just disable this GitHub related configurations. I'll just comment this out. Then over here, I'll come and I'll say, so after Spring application name, I'll say profiles. So I'll have to basically activate the profile. I'll say active. So default profile that is active is of Git. So I'm actually activating a native profile. Now native profile tells Spring Cloud Config Server that, hey, I wish to make use of the native, which means the local file system instead of Git. That is what I'm doing over here. Now I'm going to say config. Okay, over here config. Sorry, not config. It will be cloud. So cloud. I'll say config. I'll say server :native :search locations. Now you have to specify where Spring Cloud Config Server should look for these files. So I'm going to say class path, and I'm going to say config. So what this is going to do is, this is telling Spring Cloud Config Server that, hey, look for configs inside resources/config folder. That is what it's telling Spring Cloud Config. Okay, and with this, what we are doing is we are now loading. We'll be now loading these local files over here. Okay, so I'll just say over here local or native. You can add native prefix over here. Okay, everywhere. So I'll just copy this native I'll just add it everywhere. This also will be native, and this also can be. So this one actually is not needed. We just need dev and prod. Okay, but I'll still have this over here. So here what I will do is I'll copy this build ID, build information, and I'll add it over here. Something like this. Okay, and this can be default. So this is a default profile, right? Default. So this is native development, default build. Okay. Now let me restart the config server. Okay, so I'll restart the config server. Let us see how this works. Okay, so you can see if you scroll up over here, you can see the following one profile is active, that is native, right? So it picked up from application YAML, and you can see over here it has loaded, or the config server is loaded. So I'll just clear this console and let us restart the client over here. So I've restarted the client, and now if you go to server over here, you can see on the server there are some, so there is quite a bit of log over here. Okay, so what happened to this? Okay, let me see, something went wrong. Okay, so let me check what happened. So this is mainly related to, okay, so there is a problem. So here we forgot to remove this. So when we pasted this configuration into the config server, we should ideally remove this from here. Okay, so I'll get rid of this. I will get rid of the application name also. Okay, this is not supposed to be there. What is happening is it is loading the configuration from config server, and then in the config server's version, it is again looking for config server. So it's a problem. It's creating a loop. So I'll go over here again. I'll restart the server, config server first. Okay, let us restart. So you can see the server restarting. I'll just clear everything once it starts. So I'll clear everything. And now let me restart the config demo over here. Let's see. Okay, so it should work fine. You can see it loaded fine. Initialization complete. Application is running. Now, if you come over here, you'll see some logs. I had cleared the logs. All right. So you can see the logs over here. Okay. So you can see here, this config resource was accessed over here. Okay. Because you started the client, and this config demo dev. So config demo -dev was loaded. You can see why this was loaded. Because if you go to config demo over here, which is the client, and if you check which profile is active, it has dev profile active, right? So dev was loaded. And now if you go to the browser over here, let me go to the browser and let me say refresh. You can see native dev production build. So the dev version is actually being loaded. And what we have done is we are basically making use of local file system over here on our system, right? And we have the files stored over here. Now this is pretty simple. There is no dependency on version control. It's a basic file system that you have in place. There is no dependency on version control, like I said, unlike Git. Okay, there is flexibility because you are well versed with your file system that you're working on. It's good for making quick changes. Okay, so yeah, this is how you can load the native configuration from your local system. Now this can be like, you can move this config folder anywhere you want. Okay, this config folder can be moved anywhere you want. Here I've kept it on the same location as the resources, but you can move it anywhere you want. But whenever you move it, be sure to mention this in config server application.yaml. So you'll have to update it over here. Okay. So I hope this has been useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So now it's time that we understand a small problem, and we will also talk about its solution. Don't worry, but we'll first understand the problem so that we can design a solution and understand why it's important in the right way. Okay. So we have two applications. One is config demo, which is the Spring Boot application, a normal Spring Boot application like we have. And then we have a config server. Now config demo is getting its configuration from this config server, and config server is having all the configurations under config folder over here, like so. And then config demo, if you go over here to like application.yaml, you'll see that it's fetching the details from the config server, okay, which is running on port 4x8. All right. And both the services are up. Now, if you go over here, okay, so here, if you scroll down, we have this config demo prod configuration for the prod environment. Now, if you come over here, okay, to your browser, and if you go to localhost 4x8, so this is the config server URL. I'll say config demo. So this is the application name /prod. So whenever you want to see any sort of configuration, you have to enter this the URL in this format, basically in the browser. So you can say the config server URL, the application name, and the profile. That is the format. Now, if you say enter over here, you will see this configuration appear in the browser. Now, if you don't have the JSON plugin, you can simply make use of this pretty print over here. Okay, I'm using Chrome, so I get this pretty print option, which will just format it for readability. Now, you can see over here, this is the configuration that is coming in from the production profile over here. You can see this is the profile, config demo prod, which we have over here. Okay, and you are seeing the name and the type of the application appear over here. All right. Now, let me make some changes. So we have both our application up and running. Okay. Now, let's say this is a real world scenario, and you can see over here, when I access the configuration in the browser, you could see like we could see this print over here, right? So which means that it's being fetched. Now, the thing is, we have a scenario. Let's say I want to make a change in my application. Okay. And I want to update its configuration. So I'll say build 1 over here. Okay. I did this. Now, the active profile is dev. Okay. So let me do this on dev. So what I will do is I'll just undo this. Okay. And the active profile is dev, right, in the application. So if you come over here, wait a minute. So if you come over here, we have this application dev, and I'll say 1 over here. Now, if you go to the URL, so we can take a look at the URL. What is the URL that we have access to? So let me access that. So here, if you go to config demo and build info controller, okay. So we have this URL over here, which is /build info. So it's 8080/build info. So what I will do is I'll just duplicate this URL and I'll say /8080, okay, and /build demo, something like this. Sorry, build info, and I'll say enter. You will see it's native dev production build. So even on the application which is fetching in the configuration from the config server, we don't have the updated information, right? Now, how do you get the updated information? To get the updated information, of course, you will have to do a restart, right? So I'll do a restart on the config server first. Let me see. It will pick up the fresh configuration from the files. If you come over here, you should see refresh. Okay, and you can see build 1 over here. You can see the 1 was added in the end. Now, if you come over here, if you refresh, you'll still see that 1 is not reflected over here. So to get 1 reflected over here, you will have to restart the config demo as well, so that the configuration is fetched. Okay, so you can see over here, if you come, this is fetched. Okay, so this is one problem. Okay, now of course this problem can be solved by adding a refresh scope over here. So you can add a refresh scope, and what you can do is you can call this URL over here. So if you come to Postman, what you have to do is you can call refresh scope over here, and you can do an actuator refresh. So let me show this to you. So here in the application, what I will do is against dev, I'll add one more 1 over here. I've saved this. Okay. Now, if I come, I won't see this 1 reflected over here, but the application over here is not having this latest property. So in order to get this on the application, we have to tell the application to refresh its configuration from the config server, because config server now has the updated information. So if you say send over here, you'll see build name appear over here, which means build name was updated. And now if you come over here, if you refresh, you will see another 1 being added. Okay. So this is how you refresh the configurations. But the problem is, for this to work, you have to do this on every microservice refresh URL, right? For example, if there is a change in a global property in the config server, something that is shared across all the microservices. Okay. And you have a complex microservice architecture. Let's say you have 50 services up and running, 50 microservices. Now, in that case, what a developer will have to do is he has to trigger these like this post request on all the microservices refresh URL. It becomes a tedious task. Okay, it's not easy to manage. Now, to solve this problem, okay, we have a solution which is making use of Spring Cloud Bus. Okay, so the problem is when you update the configuration in the Spring Cloud config server, the microservices do not pick up the changes until they restart. And what will happen if you restart? There is a downtime, right? So this is not good. You cannot actually, you can trigger this request, post request on every microservice URL. Okay. But this is a very tedious task and not easy to manage. And you have to do this for growing microservice architecture. So if you have a lot of services, this becomes very cumbersome. For 1 or 2 services, it's okay. But for a huge microservice architecture, complex one, it becomes cumbersome. And in that case, you have an option wherein you can make use of Spring Cloud Project and make use of Spring Cloud Pass. So here on Google, if you search for Spring Cloud Pass, okay, you will see this first link, spring.io projects Spring Cloud Pass. Or I would also recommend, like, you can also go to this URL or you can go to this project by going to spring.io directly. Click on project over here, like hover on project, select Spring Cloud, because this Spring Cloud Bus is a part of Spring Cloud project. And then under Spring Cloud, you select Spring Cloud Bus. Okay. So you can see over here, this is a project. I'll just zoom in. Spring Cloud Bus links node of distributed system with a lightweight message broker. And this can be used to broadcast the changes like configuration changes or any other instructions via, you can do this via a MQP or a Kafka broker. So you can make use of RabbitMQ or a Kafka broker, depending on your choice, right? And you have some examples over here. So this is what the solution is. Okay, so we will be basically making use of Spring Cloud Bus in our application to refresh the configurations with ease dynamically. So I hope the problem statement is very clear to you all. Okay, there are ways to refresh the configurations. I'm not saying like you cannot refresh without restart, but you have to call this URL actuator refresh on every microservice, right, to refresh its configuration. This is not easy. So there has to be an easy solution wherein things get broadcasted and updated everywhere, okay, in a microservices architecture without doing things manually. So that's what we are looking for. And it's a better solution as compared to refresh over here, the actuator refresh. Actuator refresh works for smaller projects. It's easy to do, okay. But for larger projects, I would recommend something else like Spring Cloud Pass. So I hope the problem statement and the solution that we are approaching is pretty clear to you all. So we are clear on the problem statement. Now let us take a step further and let us configure a Spring Cloud Bus in our project and let's get it working. So the first thing to configure Spring Cloud Bus is we need a message broker over here. Okay, you can see over here. So it makes use of message broker. So the message broker we are going to make use of is RabbitMQ. So you can come over here to Google and you can search for RabbitMQ. Now you can see over here, I get some sort of overview from the AI over here in the Google search. You can see RabbitMQ is an open source, versatile message broker software that facilitates communication and data exchange between different components of distributed applications. Okay, and it makes use of this protocol. Now, different components of distributed application. Okay, so it communicates or it facilitates data exchange between different components of distributed applications. Now we are having distributed applications, right? Because we are building microservices architecture. We might have a single application as well, wherein we might need to interact with different components that exist. So in that case, you can make use of RabbitMQ. Okay, here's the official website. It's rabbitmq.com. You can straight away go to the website as well, and you can read more about it over here as well. The best thing is it's open source, free to use. Okay, you can scroll down. You can read more about it. You can see over here how it works. Free and open source is the licensing, and here you have commercial offerings as well. Okay, so if you scroll up, you can click on getting started. There are several getting started options you can see over here. Okay, so what I will do is we need to configure RabbitMQ onto our system, right? So what I will do is I'll make use of docs over here, and then you can say getting started over here. Okay, so getting started brings me to getting started tab over here. So I'll go to install and upgrade. Okay, and the moment I click on install and upgrade, you can see installing RabbitMQ over here. Now there are various ways of installing, right? One way is you can directly install the software onto your system. Like for example, you can download the executable file for your operating system. Now if you're on Linux, Unix, Windows, Mac OS, depending on the kind of operating system you are running, you can get the corresponding installer, right? And you can look at the options over here. But I do have Docker set up onto my system. So let's copy this particular command here by clicking on this icon. Once I have the command, I'll make sure that Docker desktop is up and running. And I'll also open a terminal wherein I'll paste this code over here. Okay. And I'll just say over here, so I'll just add -d because I want to run it in detached mode. Okay. Or you can just run this command as well. That's absolutely okay. You can run it in detached mode. if you want to make use of this terminal, because since this is not running with the -d flag over here, so it's running in -it, but if we add over here -d, it will run in detach mode, and then you will be able to make use of this terminal. So right now, the command that we have run is directly copy pasted from there, and this won't run in a detach mode, means we won't be able to make use of this terminal. So you can see over here, the RabbitMQ is up and running, but you are not able to, make use of this terminal. It's all by this log. It's all filled by this logs, right? So yeah, we have these things set up now. So here you can see we have RabbitMQ and RabbitMQ management. Now RabbitMQ is the message broker. RabbitMQ management is a way using which you can manage RabbitMQ. It provides an interface basically to access RabbitMQ and see everything. Okay, so I've just got both onto our system. So now it's time that we configure our application to work with RabbitMQ and Spring Cloud Bus. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I will need to add a few dependencies, a couple of them, and for that I'll come over here to start.spring.io. So I'll say start.spring.io, and from here I'll select Maven. I'll need one dependency, which is Actuator. Okay, Spring Boot Actuator. So I'll say explore, and this is a dependency that we'll have to add. Okay, and I'll come over here and let us start with the config demo over here. Okay, so I'll head over to pom.xml over here, and let us take a look at this file. Do we have Actuator added? Yes, we have Actuator added. Okay, so what I will do is I will head over to config server, and here is where I'll add Actuator. Do we have it added over here? No, we don't. So I'll just add Actuator. Okay, so this is added. Now we need one more thing, which is the dependency which will come in from Spring Cloud. Okay, so what I will do is I'll just replicate this over here. This is the Spring Cloud config server dependency, and you can see over here the group ID is org spring framework.cloud. So I'll say org. So under artifact I'll say Spring Cloud, and I will get rid of the later part. Okay, I'll say Spring Cloud starter. I'll say hyphen, and you can see over here. Okay, I could see bus AQMP. Okay, so you can see over here bus AMQP, bus AMQP. I'll select this. Okay, and we'll wait for a while, and we'll have to reload Maven changes. Okay, so this is the dependency that we'll need. That we need to add in our application, which will enable our application to connect to RabbitMQ and listen to config server changes. So that is what we are doing, and it is a cloud bus endpoint which will talk to RabbitMQ over here. So I'll just copy this, and I'll also add this in the client over here. You can see it's added. I'll just do a Maven refresh because we have modified our pom.xml file over here. Okay, now once this is done, what we need is we need to configure our application to connect and work with RabbitMQ, and also we need to expose a bus refresh endpoint from the actuator. So for these two things, we'll head over to application.yaml. So here I will come over here. So we will first do it for config server. So I'll come over here. I'll select application.yaml file, and here I don't have anything related to actuator. So I'll come over here just below this. Okay, and I'll say Spring. I'll get an error for Spring because it's a duplicate key. The Spring is also present over here, but I'll still add it. I just want to show you the entire property that we are adding in. Okay, so the people who are making use of application.properties can benefit, So I'll say Spring, RabbitMQ over here. Oops, RabbitMQ. I'll say host. Now we'll have to add the details as to how the application can talk to RabbitMQ, which is the message broker over here. So I'll say host, localhost. Port over here is 5672. So you can see the port number over here. You can see 5672. This is where RabbitMQ is running onto your system. So you're exposing 5672. So I'll add 5672. You have to say user name over here. What is the username? By default, username is guest and password is also guest, something like this. Okay. So this is the property that we need to add. Now I'll get rid of Spring because it's a duplicate. Like you can see the error, and I'll just press backspace. So this is done. Okay, RabbitMQ related settings. Now I'll scroll down over here. Okay, and or I can just add it over here itself. Okay, I'll say management endpoint. Now this is related to like Actuator over here. We are exposing and enabling an endpoint over here. So I'll say exposure, and I'll say include, and we need to add bus refresh. So I'll say bus refresh over here. This is the endpoint. Okay. So either you can add this, or I'll just add star over here. I'll just expose all the endpoints. Okay. Now we'll copy these configurations, and we need to add these configurations in our configuration file. Okay. So here I'll come. I need to add this in the config demo over here. In fact, so here if you see in config demo, I have profile active as dev. Okay. So what I will do is my configuration resides over here, right, on config server. So I'll go to dev profile because dev profile is active, and I'll add it over here. So I'll just add Spring, and under Spring, I'll paste this. But this is not under Spring. So you can see when I pasted this got indented, right? So I'll just press Shift Tab after selecting it. Okay, and I'll just bring it one step backward. Okay, so you need to be careful about these things, right? So this is done. Okay, we have done this, and this is the only configuration. So what all configuration we did is we added a couple of dependency, which is the Actuator, and we added Spring Cloud Starter Bus AMQP. This is the dependency that enables our application to make use of Spring Cloud Bus and connect and talk to RabbitMQ for changes in config, right? So this is what we are doing. Now what I'm going to do is I'll come over here. Let me start config server first. Let us start config server. Let us see if we are able to start it successfully, or do we get any sort of errors. So you can see application has started successfully, and after observing, what I could observe is there were a few logs related to RabbitMQ. So if you scroll up over here, okay, let us see over here. So if you scroll down, you can see over here. So starting service. So the service started over here. Okay, and here, if you see, initialization was completed, and here you can see, okay, so over here, you can see it has one subscriber, Spring Cloud Bus input. You can see, so this is related to Spring Cloud Bus. You can see over here, exposing one endpoint beneath Actuator, and if you come over here, okay, you can see there are quite a few logs, and here there will be RabbitMQ related logs over here. You can see. So RabbitMQ connection is successfully established over here. So you can see over here, attempting to connect localhost 5672. So the connection was established with 5672 where RabbitMQ is running, and then created a new connection at RabbitMQ connection factory, and you can see this entire connection was created. Okay. And then one channel was established for communication. You can see over here for broadcasting the changes related to config server with message broker. You can see over here, there is one subscriber over here. Okay. And now if you come over to the terminal as well, here, you should see some sort of logs over here. You can see accepting connection. So it's accepting, and then there was some sort of connection. You can see guest authenticated. Some sort of authentication happened over here. You can see, and this corresponds to the log that we were seeing in the application. So, you know, the connection is established using these changes. I'll just start config demo as well. Let us start it, and let us see if it's starting up fine. And it should fetch the configuration from config server. So if you scroll down, you can see over here config demo.yaml was picked. So it has picked up. You can see dev profile was also picked. Okay, so I'll come over here, and here also if you scroll up, you will see over here attempting to connect to 5672, and then connection was created. Okay, so both our applications are now up and running, and let us head over to the browser. Okay, now since dev profile is active, so if you scroll up over here in the logs itself, you will see dev is active in our client over here, config client. So I'll come over here, and I have, if you take a look at the controller over here, what does the controller say? So build info controller, and we have this endpoint called build info. So I'll open this endpoint in browser, and here if you refresh, you will see this is the output of this endpoint. So it's fetching native dev production build. And where is this coming from? So it is coming in from dev over here. This is what is being picked up, right? Because dev profile is active. And this file is residing on the config server, if you see. So this file is residing on config server. Okay. And if you try to access the configuration for from the config server. So if you go to config server URL, which is localhost:8888 4 times, this is where our config server is running. You mention the application name / the profile. So this is the format if you wish to see the configuration, the config server URL, application name, and the profile. And I can see this option pretty print because I'm making use of Chrome. So it will just format this for me, okay, so that I can read well. And now you can see over here, it is exposing, or it has access to this profile over here. You can see config demo dev.yaml, and it also has config demo.yaml over here exposed. All right. So these two things are exposed, and you can see all the details over here, right? So now if you come, okay, right now you can see over here, dev production build, right? So let me change the name over here. So I'll come over here. I'll change this to 1, 2, 3. Okay. Let me come and do a refresh over here. So here you can see the changes are not reflected. Okay. But do you think changes will be reflected here? No. So what do? We can call the bus refresh API or the endpoint. So I'll come over here to Postman and I'll create a new request. And since we are making use of Actuator, so I will have a URL created over here like an endpoint. So I'll add this endpoint over here. So you can see localhost 8080 Actuator, and I'll add bus refresh. So this is the endpoint. Let me say send over here. So you can see over here, okay, so it's not found over here. So I'm getting this error over here that this endpoint is not found, and it's probably because of a typo that I've done. So here if you see, when exposing the endpoint, I've written over here management endpoint over here. So this should not be endpoint, but it should be endpoints over here. Like S is missing, right? So I'll make this change over here as well. It should be endpoints over here, right? And I'll undo the changes that I've done over here with respect to the property. I'll just undo this. But I've added endpoints, web, exposure, and include. Okay, I've included all the URLs. Okay, so what I will do is I'll just restart config server first now. So let us wait until this restarts, and you can see initialization is complete. It's subscribed and it's started and listening. So let me restart the config demo application as well. So first we have to start the config server, and then you have to start the client so that it can fetch the configuration from this server. And also one more thing I would want to tell you until this starts is I showed you few things using logs, right? So have a habit of reading logs. I love reading logs because whenever any sort of issues happen, you can refer to logs, right? Logs are the way that tell you what is happening with your application. And if nothing is happening, everything is working fine, there are no issues, then too logs are a good way to learn as to what is happening with your application, whether the connection is established like we saw. So have a habit of reading logs. So this is also up and running. Let me come here. Let me trigger this. So you can see now method not allowed. Okay, so this is the endpoint, method not allowed. Why method not allowed? Because it's a GET request, right? So now let me come over here. So this endpoint is working. We have this over here. Now without restart, we will update the configuration. So I'll just update and add over here 1, 2, 3 again. Okay, I'm not restarting the server. This does not have 1, 2, 3. Okay. What I will also do is I will just clear the logs. So we can see any sort of new logs being generated when we hit refresh. Okay. Now, since this is a bus refresh endpoint, it does not support GET request. Otherwise, anyone can trigger it from the browser. So it triggers, it enables, or it supports, I should say, not enables. It supports a post request. So I'll select post over here. I'll say send over here. And you can see over here, you should get 204. No content because there is nothing to show over here. But you can see green and things have worked, which means. So let us come over here. I'll do a quick refresh on the config server first. And you should be able to see the refreshed configuration. Okay, you are not able to see. So this was expected. You won't be able to see the refresh configuration, and there is a very good reason for this. And I wanted to highlight the reason as to why this is not happening. Okay. So the first reason is because, so here you can see the refresh was triggered. You can see over here. Keys refreshed, no keys were refreshed, but refresh was triggered. You can see over here. This is our config server. So you can see it refreshed the configuration. It refetched all the configuration. Okay. So you can see, right? Now here also you will see that keys refreshed. There was a trigger basically to config server. So it fetched the configuration from config server. It refreshed. You can see over here, and the trigger came from the RabbitMQ. You can see. So this is the channel it was subscribed to, and it got a trigger from here, and it fetched the configuration from here. But it did not work. It did not work because here the configurations were changed, but they are being loaded as class path over here. So if you go to our config server application.yaml, and if you scroll up over here, okay, so here we are loading this as class path. You can see over here. So we should not load configurations this way if we want to enable dynamic refresh of configurations. So when you make use of native profile, so here we are making use of native profile. So when you make use of native profile with class path based location, your configuration files are bundled with your application at the startup and aren't reread at runtime, right? So they are bundled with your application and they aren't reread at runtime. And to update configurations dynamically, you need to point to an external file location. So we need to make one modification over here, wherein instead of class path over here, I'm going to say file over here, and I'm going to have something like this. And then over here, I'm going to add the entire path for this particular, this particular folder, which is the config folder. So let me do that. So you can see now I have added the entire path over here for this config location. So resources/config. Until this path, I've added this entire thing over here, entire string, and it is preceded, or it is having file : and 3/. Okay, and then I've added the path over here. Now what I will do is I will restart the server over here, because we'll have to restart the server since we updated the configuration. Okay, and I'll restart the, okay, I should have waited to start my client. Let me first start the server over here. The server is up and running, maybe. Yes, it's up and running. Now I'll start the client. Okay, so you always start the client after server is up and running. And now you can see over here, it is reading the configurations from this particular location over here. You can see, right? And yeah, it's pointing now to this path locally. And here you can see the application is started. Okay, now if you come over here, okay, let me refresh. Okay, now it is 1, 2, 3 because we did a restart. But what I will do is I'll now get rid of this 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I'll come over here. Let me get rid of this 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'll come over here. Let me do a refresh. So you can see over here, now it is fetching in the latest set of configurations without a restart, because we are now not loading the configurations using class path. Okay, so earlier what was happening is the configurations were bundled with the application itself, and they were being loaded with the application during start time, and they were not being updated or reread later on, right? So now that is not happening. So whatever changes you make, you will see the updated changes on the config server. But now if you come over here, if you refresh, this 1, 2, 3 is not gone from the application, right? So to do that, we will trigger a bus refresh. So let me say bus refresh trigger over here. So after I do that, if you refresh over here, you will see the configurations are refetched and updated. You can see over here, right? So that is what is happening over here. I'll do it again and I'll show it to you. You can see like there are a few logs that happened. Okay, so I'll just clear this again. Okay, let me update and add 999 over here now. Okay, so let me add 999. If you come over here, let me do a refresh. You'll see 999 appear in the config server, right? So now if you come over here, let me open this. You'll see like this is refetched. You can see when you refreshed over here, this was refetched. You can see on config server. So let me come over here. Let me do refresh. Okay, now if I come over here, you will see logs again, right? So it is fetching in the fresh copy and not a stale copy that was loaded during start time. You can see the latest values, right? But this is not reflected over here. So if you do a refresh, it is not reflected over here. To get it reflected over here, so I'll just clear this and there's nothing over here, right? So both the logs are empty now, and now I'll trigger bus refresh. Let us see what happens. So here you will see the application. First of all, there was an event appeared. You can see refresh listener. So there was a remote refresh request received, right, on the client, which is our application. And then this request was triggered this request triggered the application to fetch fresh configs from our config server, right? And then you can see it fetched the fresh configuration from the config server. It triggered this endpoint, and you can see profile is dev. It got the profile and it got the data. And you can see over here keys refresh. So what was refreshed after this? Build name was refreshed. It is printing that as well, right? And now coming to the config server, you will see that it fetched all the files. So here you can see remote refresh request. It got the refresh request and it got the new file loaded. You can see. So that also happened, right? So this way, if you come over here now if you refresh, you will see the updated value without restarting the application. So this is the benefit of making use of the Spring Cloud bus in our application. So I wish to explain this entire flow with the help of this flow diagram as well. So here you can see you have admin, you have config server, config storage. Config storage can be anything like DB, GitHub, or anything. Config server is basically the server that is managing the configurations. Config storage in our case is a local file system. That is what we are using. You can even have Git and all, right? Message broker can be Apache Kafka, or you can make use of RabbitMQ. We made use of RabbitMQ. Here you have microservices. So how will things work is admin will first update the config. So we are the admin, right? Who is the admin? Admin is me or you, any developer. He'll update the config in the config storage. Okay. And then he'll trigger the actuator or the bus refresh. Now what will happen is whenever this bus refresh is triggered, it tells the config server that, hey, fetch latest configuration. So it fetches the latest configuration and then it publishes the refresh event to the message broker. Right? Now message broker has everybody listening to it. Like we have our application which is listening to the event or the refresh event basically with message broker. When this event is triggered, okay, you can see over here message broker broadcasts this refresh event to all the microservices. So if you have 50 microservices, they all will be subscribed to this refresh event with the message broker, right? And they all will get this refresh event and they all will be like, hey, let's fetch the updated config from the config server. And they are going to fetch the updated config from the config server and then they are going to apply this new config to themselves and there is no restart needed over here, right? Now, this is how the entire process works and this is a flow chart explaining the same. Now over here, when we did this demo, we only have one config server and one client over here and we could see the change happening in one client, okay? But you know how it works in real time. If there are 50 microservices, you don't have to trigger this bus refresh endpoint on every microservice. You have to just trigger it at any one microservice, bus refresh. You just call it and it will be triggered across all the microservices and the configurations of all the microservices will be fetched and applied. So you don't have to do this for every microservice. You just have to do it at any one microservice that has exposed this endpoint and things are taken care of. That is how it works and that is the beauty of this entire thing, because you know tomorrow your application architecture might scale to like 50, 100 microservices. At that time you cannot just keep calling this post request to all the microservice, right? It has to be easy for you, right? So that is how things work. Right now we have an example of one microservice or one client talking to basically a config server, but in microservice architecture this will be much more complex. You will have like 10, 20, 5, 50, depending on your project size and the scale, you will have multiple microservices fetching configuration from the config server. So in that case, this becomes really easy. Call it at any one service and it is refreshed across the entire network or the architecture. I hope this has been useful and I hope you also understood as to why we updated this thing over here, right? So when we were making use of class path, it was taking those files and it was reading it as class path when the application was started and then rereading the configuration was a problem. Okay, I purposely have included these things, you know, because many people will make use of class path and I have not edited this. I've shown these steps to you. I've purposely generated errors, okay, so that you can debug your own errors as well, you know, because software development is not perfect. You know, you will encounter errors whatsoever. Okay, so you will encounter errors. So I've not edited this and I've kept this thing so that you can see as to what is the difference between loading files as class path and loading files this way. So here we have mentioned this remote search location. So this path is very long on my system. Okay, it can be shorter on yours, right? And if you're making use of Git, it will work the same way, whether you have the Git configuration or any sort of configuration, even database configuration, it will work the same way. Okay, so I hope this has been useful and I hope you have been able to follow along. Now, I would like to highlight that every project that you will work on going forward will be different, and the requirements depending on the clients will be different. Now, when you're working in real world scenario on different kinds of projects in a production grade environment, there are many ways to deal with configuration management in your application. So I'm going to help you identify a resource that you can refer to in future and stay updated. So here, come over to spring.io, which is the official website. So the document that I'm going to highlight is a official document. Okay, so come over here, spring.io. Go to projects. Under projects, you will go to Spring Cloud, and under Spring Cloud, you should see Spring Cloud config. So just come over here, Spring Cloud config, and just head over to the Learn section. So you can read more about Spring Cloud config if you wish to, or just head over to Learn section. Now here you have something called as reference doc, and for every version there is a reference doc that is updated. So just click over here, okay, and you will find this reference doc for Spring Cloud config. And over here, if you see config server, you have everything around config server. So you can see there are so many ways of dealing with your application configurations. It talks about security, actuator and security, health indicators. So you can see health indicators, multiple keys and key rotation, creating a key store. So all of this basically is highlighted over here as well. Okay. You can refer to this documentation. This is the official documentation of Spring Cloud config. Okay, so you can bookmark this and refer to this if you wish to learn more. So you can go to Spring Cloud config client and you can refer to the client configurations as well. Okay, there are tons of more properties that you can add over here and configure your application to work with. Alright, so this is a very good resource to stay updated and learn more. Also, I would want to talk about some of the best practices for production. Okay, so number one best practice is externalize your configurations. Now, it's important that you store sensitive configurations outside the application code using environment variables and Spring Cloud config server as well. Okay, so you can make use of these techniques and externalize your configuration so that your configurations or any sort of sensitive information is not inside your code base, because your code base might be shared, you might be working in a team. It's not best to share these sensitive information. Make use of profiles. Now, you should make use of different kinds of profiles like dev, prod, and if you're working on a real project, it's likely that you will have a dev, prod, and testing environment, or a QA environment like they call it, right? So you should have different profiles for different environments and externalize each environment's configuration to avoid mixing sensitive data. All right, so that is also important. Encrypt sensitive data. So you should make use of encryption for protecting sensitive configurations such as database passwords, API keys, and Spring Cloud config supports this in a great way, wherein you can encrypt properties in the config store, right? Use secure connections. So always use HTTPS whenever you deploy your config server. Make sure it's deployed on a secure URL for communication between services. Access control. So you also should limit the access of configuration files or systems where sensitive data is stored, and only authorized people or authorized services should be able to access these files and not anyone else apart from them. So these things are really important. Just keep them in mind. I hope this has been useful and you found all this information valuable. Now, this course is a part of Spring Boot Professional E-commerce Microservices Masterclass, wherein we build e-commerce application using microservices architecture from scratch. And if you are finding value in this particular course, it's likely you're going to find the full course a lot more valuable. Imagine the depth of information covered in that course if you are finding in this course really, really helpful.
Okay, so in that particular course, while building the e-commerce application using microservices architecture, we learn about tons of things, tons of techniques in depth, like inter-service communication, we will cover Kafka, we will cover asynchronous communication, and a lot of stuff, right from security to starting microservices development from scratch. Okay, and that course is for developers of all levels who are just beginning out their career and people who are professionals, because even if you are professional, you know a lot of things, then also there is a lot to catch up on, and you'll find, of course, value in that particular course. So do check out the course. The link is in the description. I have one more course wherein we discuss Spring Boot in depth, and we build a monolithic application, a full stack monolithic application, I should say, using Spring Boot and React. And yes, everything that you need to build the application is covered in the course. So we cover a lot of nitty-gritties of Spring Boot, and we cover React from scratch. So if you don't know React, you don't need to worry. We cover a lot of stuff like Redux, advanced techniques in React and backend both, and we deploy it to production as well. And it's a complex e-commerce application. So that's a monolithic one. And the name of the course is Java Spring Boot Professional E-commerce Masterclass. So you'll find the link to both the courses in the description below. Do check it out. And the link given in the description is a link for a special coupon code, which I'm only giving away for my subscribers. And the course is hosted on Udemy. You get free access to these courses if you have a Udemy for Business account of your company. And if you don't have the Udemy for Business account, then don't need to worry. You spend less than one movie ticket on this particular course, or less than 2 movie tickets, depending on your location or region where you're coming in from, right? So I'll tell you, in India, these courses sell for less than 500 rupees. Okay, if you consider the coupon that is given in the description below. So it sells for less than 500 rupees in India, and outside India it sells for less than $12-13, like within $15 is what you will get the entire course. Very lengthy courses, like one course is the microservices course is 60 hours approximately, and the full stack Spring Boot course is around 90 hours. Lot of content, production grade techniques, 4.7 stars both the courses, and bestsellers in their category. Okay, that's what you get. And yes, you get free access to pro version of IntelliJ if you sign up for any of my courses for 6 months. So that's an additional benefit. You anyways recover a lot of cost that you have paid, and considering the value that I deliver, the cost is nothing. Okay, just check out the reviews and you'll surely love it. So yeah, do check out description.